I saw you're 15, right?
I wonder how long it takes to get to the level of proficiency. I would love to learn too. I really would. I really would. I don't think I could do it.
Thank you.
You think so?
You got a card, don't you?
Those are the endangered species like abalone.
I may be one of those people, but I'd love to try.
I have one of yours.
I'd love to try.
Wow.
You too.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Arlie Lamaika, and I'm the current president of the Monterey Peninsula chapter of the Japanese American Citizens League, or as we like to call it, the JACL. I want to thank you all for attending the Abalone Festival this weekend. Our building will be 100 years old next year. And this is the first event to celebrate that. I want to thank the officers and board members of our JACL chapter, the JACL Heritage Committee, the City of Monterey, and the Rumson Ohlone tribal community for today's event. I also want to give a big shout out to Tim Thomas for spearheading this event, and to Larry Oda, who is our national JACL president. They don't let me get to talk much, but since they did, and I'm the current membership chair, I would like to say that you don't have to be Japanese to be a member of the JACL. And if you would like to be on our mailing list, we have our business cards out in the back on the table there, and just email us. This way we can get your email, because last time we tried to read some of the email addresses. So I thought, let's give out our business card with our email address so they can email us. If you want to receive our monthly newsletter, we do have a monthly newsletter that we do. It includes information about our monthly Nakayoshi, which is held the first Saturday of every month. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Brian Edwards, the Library and Museum Director for the City of Monterey.
Welcome everybody. Thanks everybody for being out here. I'm not really prepared. I'm more off the cuff kind of guy. But I think we're all here to celebrate this, what, $2.4 million-year-old species. Millions of dollars invested here in the peninsula. Who knows the Abalone song? The Abalone song. I'm going to read one of our, there's different Abalone songs. Anybody in it? Tim, are you going to be talking about the Abalone song? You're going to be talking about it too. Yeah, so I'm going to read off one of the ones attributed to George Sterling. Oh, some folks boast of quail on toast because they think it's Tony, but I'm content to owe my rent and live on abalone. Omission points a friendly joint where every crab's a crony, and true and kind you'll ever find the clinging abalone. He wanders free beside the sea, wherever the coast is stony. He flaps his wings and madly sings the plaintive abalone. Some live in hope, and some on dope, and some on alimony. But my tomcat, he lives on fat and tender abalone. Oh, some drink rain, and some champagne, or brandy by the pony. But I will try a little rye with a dash of abalone. Oh, some like jam, and some like ham, and some like macaroni. But bring me in a pail of gin and a tub of abalone. He hides in caves beneath the waves, his ancient patrimony, and so 'tis shown that faith alone reveals the abalone. The more we take, the more they make in deep sea matrimony. Race suicide cannot be tied, the fertile abalone. So that's the section. There's plenty more verses, and Tim may talk about this later, about the kind of origin. I'll leave that to Tim on the origin of that. But I find this just really interesting that the next time you're thinking of eating abalone, come up with your own little poem. These are just different verses that Sterling and other writers worked on. But I found it also interesting, when I first read it, sometimes I read words a little wrong, and it's haliotis, right? And I'm thinking like bad breath, right? Like halitosis when I'm reading it. But it's sea eater, right? And then that's initially, then it became, or it was a gastropod, or a stomach foot. So it's interesting. I hope to hear more about all these things too, just about the abalone. But that also this has been just a huge part of the trail of the thousands of years of history. There's thousands of years of history of abalone here, including the trail of the Native Americans of sharing abalone all across this country, really, out there as a trading site. So, but with that, I want to welcome everybody and actually really thank Tim for putting this together, because something to think of is that there's so many narratives here about abalone from the history and today that are important for us, because if we think about all of the persecution that happened for people, about cooking, what kind of foods were immigrant foods and what were preventing people from doing certain types of business, and when people become too prosperous, turning them down from being able to work, taking away citizenship. There's all kinds of narratives that found for the past 100 years here with abalone that are important for us to learn today. So I really thank Tim for highlighting everything here in the community to keep our narratives here, our stories of Monterey, available for the future. But with that, I want to turn it over to Tim. Thank you, Tim.
Brian, I really appreciate you being here today. I appreciate all of you being here today. This has kind of been a dream of mine for actually many years to do this. I need to start this way. I don't recognize a lot of people here today, so who in the audience is the first time they've been in this building? Raise your hand. Shame on all of you. The historic building. This building was built in 1926 by the Japanese Association. So you're sitting in what was a large Japantown, this whole neighborhood right here. In fact, right across where the parking lot is right next door to us, there was a Japanese hotel, the Hagashi Hotel. It had Japanese baths, Japanese bathrooms, had a Japanese restaurant. And many Montereyans had their first taste of Japanese food at the Hagashi Hotel right over there. So why, as already pointed out, this next year will be our 100th anniversary, and we're planning a series of events to honor that. And why abalone? Because it was abalone brought the Japanese to Monterey. Those abalone money that built this building along with the Monterey War. So it played a very big role. But not just to the Japanese, it played a very big role in all of Monterey. Monterey was earlier. At one time, the abalone capital of the world. I mean, they in 1916, for example, they brought in 600,000 pounds of red abalone into the Monterey War. Big, big business here. So, and that goes back 1,000 years. We'll talk about today and tomorrow, and this wonderful, beautiful JACL, which we'll talk about how important that is to Monterey. So this is my old friend, Roy Hattori. Roy, that's also Roy, by the way, in the painting you see behind, next to him right there. Anybody who lives in Monterey City have gone around the Silvermart, you see an old Noah building down there that was in about 2005, I believe it was, when Ray Troll, Ray Troll was anybody in the marine science world knows about Ray Troll. He's kind of the Picasso in the marine science world. He put a mural on that building of the Noah fisheries when they were in that building. And at that time, I was the curator of the Field Monterey Maritime Museum, and I had a nice exhibit of abalone going on in there, and he came and I helped him out with some pictures and whatnot, and he chose to use Roy's face inside that picture you see right there. We were very honored to have him do that. So we're going to have a little history here first. So as I mentioned, abalone goes back a long way. I mean, literally thousands of years. The native people of Monterey were the Rumsen people. And by the way, we're having that wonderful abalone dance today at 3:30. Rumsen people were the first abalone divers going to the Monterey Bay, and we know that. And burials have come around in recent years, and you cannot build a house along this waterfront without running across a Rumsen burial or two. And the males have what's known as surfer's ear, which is a little funny growth. You open your ear for spending a lot of time in the cold water like the Monterey Bay. Makes a lot of sense, don't you think? You see an abalone the size of a hubcap, you're going to dive down there and get it. Abalone played a very important part of their life. They ate it. They used the shells for tools like fish hooks and shovels and bowls. They used the shells to decorate baskets, to make jewelry, and they traded it to other Californians things that could not go to Monterey, like obsidian, which is volcanic rock. They used the arrow points and spear points. And perhaps some of you out here have seen an old Kevin Costner movie called Dance with Wolves. Have you heard that movie? Yeah. That's what Indians of South Dakota. right? If you watch that film closely, and it comes on cable TV all the time, if you watch that film closely, you'll notice all the abalone in the clothing and the regalia that they're wearing. Well, as far as I know, there is no abalone in South Dakota. So if there's some way, right, it's going to need a trade route. Most of it starts right here in Monterey. And they have found red abalone in hidden sites as far back as Minnesota. But here is the best part, is the word abalone, which computers today used all over the world comes from the Rumsen people. So they have a word for the red abalone, which is the largest of the abalones, the predominant abalone that out there. And that word was Alun, A-U-L-U-N. And then linguists have traced the word abalone back to this word Alun that starts right here in Monterey. So this wonderful drawing, this was done by an unknown Spanish artist in the 1790s. And what I love about this, it shows you how important the bay was to the Rumsen people. So the inner skirt she's wearing is probably made of tule. The outer skirt is deer hide. Those black spots you see right there with the abalone pendants. The cape that she's wearing is probably sea otter pelt. And then the necklace she's wearing right here will be olive shell. Then the earpiece is right here. Let's take a look at a close-up. There's a big red abalone right there. You got to fix that. That's the beautiful red abalone shell. This is what she's wearing in her ear in that drawing, is this piece right here. I took this photograph a number of years ago at the British Museum in London. This piece was collected here in Monterey in the 1790s by a pretty well-known British explorer named George Vancouver. And you can see in the drawing, it's partly woven like a basket, and those white shells there are olive shells, and then at one point there was actually acorn woodpecker feathers in that weave there. And then the little white beads are olive shell beads, there's a glass trade bead, all abalone pendants, and the long piece is bird bone. Of course, bird bone is hollow. Then they create that design that we today refer to as scrimshaw, and they would use squinting to get that dark color. And she'd wear it in your ear to keep a pencil back behind your ear. That's how she would do that. So this beautiful necklace, this actually was made by Linda Yamani, who will be here tomorrow. This actually now resides in a museum in Japan, in Tatiana, actually, where all the divers came from. They have beautiful abalone pendants and olive shell. This is one of Linda's baskets that she made. Again, you can see the abalone shell, olive shell beads, and then the red feathers historically would be woodpecker feathers, but she, of course, can't get acorn woodpecker feathers, and so she had to use chicken feathers and spent a long time creating the dye to get that right color, and had to, of course, cut them down to weave into the basket you see right there. And there's Linda on Del Monte Beach right there, and her abalone regalia. Again, you'll be able to see her today. It's been good. You actually a whole lot of them dressed like that doing the abalone dance on Del Monte Beach at 3:30. We'll get to it right now. Here we go. So this is a group of gentlemen. This is what's known as the Japanese Association. They guys that built this hall right here. They're a group of Japanese businessmen, all associated with Monterey Wharf and Monterey fishing industry. This guy right here is Ado Noda, and then this is Jinosuke Kodani, you see right here. This photograph actually was taken just on the corner where the Captain Stoker's coffee shop is, actually. It was Noda who first came to Monterey in 1897. He got a job working for the land arm of the Southern Pacific Railroad, the Pacific Improvement Company. They had purchased about 8,000 acres of the Monterey Peninsula because they had this quirky idea they could turn Monterey into a tourist paradise. Who thinks such a thing, right? So he was a labor contractor, and he's bringing other Japanese workers to cut in and clear land, and he was providing these workers water and food and wood for their fires. He's up in a tree one day near the Monterey Wharf, and he's collecting wood, and he looks down in the harbor, and he sees all this abalone down there. In fact, so much abalone, he actually described in a letter as being a carpet of abalone. And nobody knew anything with it. And the reason nobody knew anything with it, because nobody knew. Well, what the heck are you supposed to do with it? Unless you're preparing abalone properly, it's kind of like eating a rubber boot. The Japanese, who've been with abalone for centuries, they knew to do with it. So notice on the right side of the letter, back to Japan, says, hey, all this abalone here, and nobody wants it. The government of Japan again sent Jinosuke Kodani, whose family was in the abalone business in the Chiba prefecture of Japan. In fact, they were famous for their salty dried abalone. They sent him to Monterey, And he goes, oh, this is great. There's no there. And all these abalone are big. I'll give you an idea. I have to Google it. So typical Japanese sized abalone you see right here. It's from the top down the area. Here, Monterey red abalone. And this is a big one, I think. So notice on since back to Japan for abalone divers, known as ama or free divers. These guys come over. In fact, there are 3 of them. They arrived here in October of 1898, and we know who they are, actually. We've seen their passports. And in between that time, Noda had gone down to what is now Cannery Row and leased a piece of property down there. Anybody knows Cannery Row? There's actually an empty lot down there next to the El Churrito restaurant where they're going to build some kind of marketplace someday, or so they keep telling me. He leased that piece of property, sent back to Japan for other Japanese fishermen, created a little Japanese fishing colony on that site down there. But these guys arrived, they were picked up at the train station just a block or so from here, taken down to Noda's campsite, got dressed that next morning in the traditional Alma gear, which you can see consists of a white cotton outfit here, abalone basket, abalone pry, a pair of goggles, and sometimes had pig bite on the end they would squeeze to help release the pressure. They got dressed, went into the water, jumped into the bay, and about 10 seconds later, they jumped back out and said, "Oh, the dinosaur! You didn't tell us how cold that water is." But actually, it's a 15-degree water temperature difference in Monterey, Japan. That is a huge difference. And we make a lot of it. The truth is, these guys are good at what they did. And they were diving like this in Monterey Bay into the 1920s. And they usually work in pairs on a boat. And they work on a boat, and usually the boat has a barrel in the middle of the boat with a fire going constantly. And the diver would trade off back and forth. What they would do is they'd tie a rope around the waist of the diver. He'd go into the water, the rope into a pulley system. Then he would follow the anchor line down into the bay. He'd go down 40, 50, even up to 60 feet. Some of these guys would hold their breath up to 8 minutes, right? They're ready to come to the surface. His partner on the end of the boat will take the other end of that rope, which has a big weight attached to it, usually just a big rock, and toss it inside the boat, and yank that guy back up to the surface. They'll just trade off, going back and forth like that, which is really good, but it was a lot slower. So around the turn of the 20th century, they went into they sent for helmet divers, and they began to helmet dive for abalone into the Monterey Bay. This is far more efficient for these guys. This is an early photograph taken at Point Lobos about 1900, and there's Ginosuke Kodani right here. And you can see the diver in the boat right here. So when these guys out water was too cold, and so there was actually a dive company in Tokyo that was producing this wool underwear that they were shipping to the divers in California and Monterey. So they put on that wool underwear, sometimes 2 pairs of that, put on their clothes, put on a big canvas suit, attached about 65 pounds with a lead weight to the front back, and lead to their shoes, bolt on the helmet, and go down into the Monterey Bay. In the early days, they would hand pump via down to the diver. He's going down 30, 40, 50 feet into the bay. The deeper he went, the harder it was to pump. In the 1920s, they put air compressors on the boat, so now they're pushing the air out with the motor, and now that guy is going 40, 50, 60, even up to 100 feet into the Monterey Bay. Now, I know there are divers out here, and you know at that level, number one, you can't see anything, so you're on your hands and knees trying to find abalone, and you can't stay down there very long at that level. They work their way up very slowly to a 30-foot level. They can be down all day collecting abalone. There's a wonderful photograph taken at Point Lobos. So Kodani, if you know that story, actually made his way around the peninsula and out Point Lobos. First thing he said, gee, it looks like home. And he leased part of Point Lobos. You know Point Lobos where the whaler's cabin is and the parking lot down there, that was all their property. They raised all that property. And these are two abalone dive boats here. And actually took whaling boats that were left here and converted them to diving boats. And you can see Jack's guy here. Although you can't see his face, the guy at A.M. Allen, who actually owned all this property at one time and became Kodani's partner. And this is a Portuguese whaler who has to work for Allen and Kodani. But what I love about this photograph, number one, you can tell that the gear is new because there's no dents in any of these helmets. It's just all brand new gear. So what were the Japanese doing with all this dried abalone, all this abalone? They were drying it, and they're shipping it back to Japan because there was still no Western market for it here. So they also started shipping to Japan, they're shipping it to China. They were shipping it to Hawaii and Australia, where there was a lot of Japanese, Chinese people that would buy it. So this is the home of one of the abalone divers that came to Monterey, Mr. Kawagami. I took this photograph about 10 years ago. And I've been in a few of these homes here, and the first thing we saw in every house had little shrines to Monterey. Look at these abalone shells. These are huge. I mean, you could take a bath in that shell. Maybe not. But it's a huge shell that came out of Monterey Bay 120 years ago. The doll was purchased home in the department store in the City Grove in 1927. So here's our jacket. Something else that my big friend Sandy White, who's speaking today, celebrated in Japan. This is known as a maiwai, and maiwais are indigenous to that part of Japan. And it's a fishing community, and it still is today. This is a tradition going back hundreds of years. At the end of a good fishing season, the boat company owner would give to his fishermen a piece of painted fabric that represented their particular fishery. And the fishermen, in turn, would have these beautiful jackets made, which they'd wear for special events, to festivals and all kinds of different things. But this is very special. And if you look at this one, you see the American flag, Japanese flag, Nisei and Company. Nisei was a partner of Noda. Nisei and Company, Monterey, USA. This was from here. We had no idea these existed 30 years ago. We had no idea. This is not something they got here in Monterey. It's something they would have gotten when they returned to Japan. What we do know about this particular jacket is there were less than 10 of them were ever made about 1900, and there are 2 that exist today. There is this one, which, whoops, wrong one. There's this one, which you can see in our little museum downstairs today, and there's one on exhibit in Japan. And then there's this one behind me, which we actually had a maiwai maker in the Tateyama area of Japan. The last of the traditional maiwai makers made this one for us. And he took about 2 years. His whole family was involved in making this. And he did all kinds of wonderful research about building this thing like that. So it's a really important thing to have in here. So I put this in. So as you all aware, I'm sure that at the turn of the 20th century, there's a great deal of anti-Japanese sentiment in the United States. Kind of mainly for white workers, convinced the Japanese were coming to take their job, which really wasn't the case. But there was a lot of concern of what they were doing. Nobody understood this abalone thing. This is a newspaper story that actually was run all over the United States in 1906. I actually found this in a newspaper in Birmingham, Alabama, right? And this is a story about Japanese abalone divers in Monterey Bay. And they were convinced they really weren't diving for abalone because nobody was eating it in Monterey, right? They were convinced that they were actually mapping the Monterey Bay to prepare for the Japanese army to land at Santa Cruz and then move the troops over the Santa Cruz Mountain and take the city of San Francisco. There was a great deal of fear about all that, doing all that. So, we're here because of this guy as well. This is Popper and Stolter, the Abalone King. So, a couple of things happened in Monterey. Popper and Stolter came to Monterey with his large family in 1907. Opened a restaurant on Alvarado Street called Cafe Ernest. It was sort of a European-style, Bohemian-style restaurant. We're already kind of spent the whole evening in the restaurant. And they didn't serve a lot of seafood. You think they would, but they didn't. But he did serve oysters. People love oysters. And they still do. But you don't get a lot of oysters in Monterey Bay. They had to come by train, and because they were raising oysters in the Oakland Estuary at that time. And so, if you know anything about trains have a tendency to break down. There'll be a cow on the track. Something will slow that train down. And oftentimes, when Pop went to the train station to pick up his order of oysters, they would be spoiled. There goes his whole evening business. So, always for something new, he could bring it to his restaurant. So, watching all this dried abalone living in the Monterey area, he says, yeah, abalone, kind of like giant oysters. So he brings it to his restaurant on Alvarado Street, experiments with it. Finally comes to this famous restaurant, you slice the foot, because that's eating abalone, at least in Pop's restaurant, the foot, then you pound it, and you don't just pound it, there's a certain technique to doing that, then you ran egg wash, cracker crumbs, cook it quickly in olive oil and butter, and soon people came from all over every state in Pop's restaurant. And as Brian pointed out, they would sing songs, write poetry, oftentimes adding those songs and those poetry into Pop's guest books. This is his restaurant from about the time he invented the Abalone steak. He treated it like Wiener Schnitzel, right? I think he's a good German chef, right? And so, in 1913, a couple of things happened. One of them, in 1913, the state of California made it illegal to ship dried abalone out of the state of California. And that was Japanese business. They had created a cannery in Point Lobos where they're canning abalone to try to develop a Western audience for it, but that was still, no pun intended, a tough sell. They could ship the canned product, actually, to Japan, but they couldn't ship the dry product. But they didn't want the canned product in Japan, they wanted the dry product. Also, in 1915, Pop Ernest got offered a job to bring his abalone recipes to a restaurant in San Francisco called the Hofbrau. They offered so much money that he had no option but to close his restaurant in Monterey, pack up his abalone recipes, pack up his family, and take it up to San Francisco. But the abalone he's getting from the restaurant, of course, was coming from Monterey, coming by train. So he had the same issues, train. But what happens in 1915? The World's Fair comes to San Francisco, the Panama Pacific International Exposition. Big World's Fair that opened to honor the opening of the Panama Canal a couple of years before that. You've all been to San Francisco. The Palace of Fine Arts was built for that World's Fair. It was just a big mud flat. They filled it all in. Every state was represented at this World's Fair. California, the largest state buildings within the California State Building. Monterey County had the biggest exhibit there. And look up there exhibiting in the Monterey County exhibit. Abalone diver, abalone in the cases right here. And they were sending folks down to the Hofbrau restaurant to get full abalone dinners. You could see the whole world on the flight. Hotels, restaurants, all wanting this new sensation, abalone. Pop says there's money to be made here. He packs up his family, packs up his abalone recipes, moves back to Monterey. Actually lived out in Point Lobos for a couple of years, working, kind of partnering with Alan and Cordani, where they were producing abalone steaks, if you know, Point Lobos, in the waiter's cabin, and then shipping them to hotels and restaurants in Northern California. Then in 1919, Pop goes down to the Monterey Wharf, opens the very first restaurant on the wharf in May of 1919, known as the Abalone King. This is a very, very famous menu. Pop was a master of marketing himself and marketing his restaurant. This was a giveaway menu. Anybody recognize the artwork here? This is Joe Mora in the middle. Anybody recognize this? Armin Hansen. There. Go home and Google those names and watch these come around. They did it for free abalone dinners. You can find this menu on eBay often. It's about $100 today. So he would give it away. Also, notice the red fez. You see, like, he always wore that red fez. Nobody knows why. Not even his family. I believe it was a marketing tool. People remembered him. More importantly, people remembered his restaurant. Here's the key about Pop's restaurant. He became known as the Abalone King. Abalone steak, abalone salad, abalone stew. He used to serve the stew in the abalone shell, and he filled the hole of the shell with lead. But because of that recipe he developed in his restaurant in 1908, he literally saved the Japanese abalone industry in California, not just Monterey, opened a whole new market for it. And because of that recipe, as I mentioned earlier, in 1916, about 600,000 pounds of red abalone to Monterey. By 1920, there were 9 full-time Japanese companies operating off the Monterey Wharf. 1929, the California abalone industry brought in close to $1 million in revenue. 75% of that was coming out of Monterey Bay by Japanese divers. And prior to World War II, the majority of the businesses on the Monterey Wharf were Japanese-owned, fish markets, abalone processors. All because of that abalone steak recipe that Pop Ernest developed in his restaurant in 1908. And it is my opinion, and I have been doing this kind of work for well over 40 years now, and it is my opinion the abalone fishery is the most important fishery in the history of California. It wasn't economically, but I believe it is historically and culturally very important fishery. So, abalone boat, here's the abalone boat, dive boats. So these companies in the 20s, they go out for 3 days at a time abalone boat. So you live on the big boat, the mother boat they call it, during the nighttime, and then you of course are diving in the little boat right there. Which shows this is typical dive gear you see right here. All of it coming from Japan, by the way. They didn't like the American gear. They wanted the Japanese gear. Roy Hattori used to tell me that it was like silk when you put it on. So you can see the dive suit here, and the weights they put on the front and back, abalone baskets, the 2 of them that go back and forth, the helmet, collar where the helmet screws onto, of course the lifeline you see right there. So here's our friend Roy Hattori. And I knew Roy for close to 30 years. And Roy is very important for a whole number of reasons. But Roy actually is the first diver, or actually the only diver, that was born here. All the other divers came to Japan, and for a couple of steps returned to Japan because they were working on contracts. But Roy was born in Monterey in 1919. So he was Nisei, second generation, the only one. So I asked Roy how he learned to be a diver. He told me when he graduated Monterey High School, and his father wanted to get into the abalone business. During the Depression, he had a lot of debts to pay. He thought this would be a good way to make some money. He didn't have a lot of experience in this business, but he knew some people who were in it. So he borrowed some equipment, and takes one of the boat to the harbor, he dresses him up with that little underwear right there, puts on the canvas suit, attaches 65 pounds of lead weights to his front back, has lead to his shoes, bolts on the helmet, and is tossed off the side of the boat. So you start running down there. That's how he learned to be an abalone diver. Now, luckily, the older divers took him under their wing and kind of showed him what to do. Here's Roy right here. So I asked him, I said, Roy, what kind of problems do you have down there? And he said, sometimes the currents would be really strong and kick up rocks. And one time the rock kicked up, hit the helmet and cracked the glass on his helmet. So you're 30 feet below the Monterey Bay and just crack the glass on your helmet, what are you going to do? You want to get to the surface, right? They can't just pull him up. He weighs too much. He has to release this valve inside of his helmet valve, move up the suit with air, to float him back up like a big balloon. Even that would take too long. So what he did, which I think is the most remarkable thing, he reached into his abalone basket, that little knit bag, pulls up that abalone, which is just a big marine snail, takes the abalone, sticks it on the glass, and the abalone steals the crap and stops the water from coming out. He told me that the survivor taught him how to do that, so clearly there was an issue down there. Here's Roy here, that's his brother and cousin, shooting him up right there. Getting ready to go into the... By the way, these photographs you're seeing here now were taken by Ray's best friend in 1938, a guy named Ray Ruppel. And they took these series of photographs. Ray and Roy was 18 when they took these pictures. They took them on the idea of selling the story to Life magazine. And Life magazine said, yeah, that's a good idea. So they took a whole series of images and they sent it to Life magazine. And then World War II started and they never were used. So here's Roy again. Getting ready to go into the water. So you notice here the sculling oar, here. So all the Japanese boats had these sculling oars. That's how they kept the boat over the diver. They just track him by the bubbles in the water. And this guy on what they call the scull, he can operate the boat without using a motor. Whereas in Southern California, there's another large abalone fishery, but it's mostly white guys doing that. And they use motors on their boat, and oftentimes they run over the diver's hose and stuff. So there's a half yoy there. But I did learn something. I learned this fairly recently, actually, is the hat, the knit hat wears, and they actually wear that for warmth, because the helmets would be very cold, pumping the air down into them. And so locking it in and going into the water. There you go. And this is a really rare image, actually. This is not one of Will Ruppel's photographs. This is a photograph by Fish and Game Biologist and J.B. Phillips, taken at the Pointer Light Station, actually. And you can see the dive out here, and you can see the hose here, and the divers right here, you can see all the bubbles right there. You can see the guy with the skull right there. Something else I learned recently about Roy is that, Roy liked to sing when he's underwater. I think that is the coolest thing. Oh, she had a recording from that. So here you are. So you see the abalone basket here. So when you fill up the basket with abalone, you cut on the line, and they pull the one up and drop the other one down. And so he kept pulling those up. And typically they would go to the water at 9 o'clock in the morning, he'd be down till 12 o'clock, they bring him up for lunch, goes back down at 1 o'clock, and then they bring him back up about 4 that day. Oftentimes if they moved from place to place, didn't always have to get out of the hole, completely out of the water, sometimes they just pull him up a little bit and drag him underwater for the next time. So he was coming up out of the water. You notice the ladder on the side. And oftentimes they come up out of the water, they just sit on that ladder, lie on the ladder actually, as it's moving to those UT. And then bring you up into the boat. I love this image. Underwater here, and this is, you can see there's an engine here on the boat, so they did have a motor, obviously. And then what I love about this image, number one, you see on top of the engine house, there's a tea kettle. Always had water, it was always hot, so without the water, you have hot tea. And you notice the shoes, always kept his shoes on there. He told me because they got the water, he was so cold, and he'd be shaking for like 20 minutes. He got hot shoes to put on his feet. So, as I said, they go out for 3 days at a time. Here is the Abalone mother boat coming in to Monterey. You can see these are called live boxes. This is technology that came from Japan. These boxes that were made in Monterey, made out of redwood. And so they would take, when they're catching abalone, they would pile them into these redwood boxes on top of each other. So they kept the redwood boxes, these live boxes, in the water those 3 days as they're out diving. And then they would bring them into Monterey. They kept them fresh. So again, there's all the live boxes, you can see them there. There you go. So here we go, come out, take all that out of the boxes to get them on their work. These are taken about 1938. These guys not paid a lot of money, they get about 5 cents a pound or something like that. Going into the Abalone canneries on the Monterey Wharf, there are at least 3 of them on Monterey Wharf. Jack Lariota, who fixed all the microphones, his father was a manager of a big cannery on the wharf. In fact, it was a co-op, unfortunately. But most of them, 90% of the workers on these individual canneries were women, and Japanese men. They are pulling the abalone out of the shell, cleaning them. Roy's mother actually had a cannery on the wharf. And he told me he dove with the family. He also dove to make money so he could send his younger brother Tack to college. And when he needed to make money to go on dates and things like that, he would go work in one of the abalone canneries when he wasn't out of abalone. Again, there they are, preparing the abalone steaks, cutting them like that, pounding them. There you go. And as I said, there's a certain technique to pounding these abalone steaks. And Roy's mother had a contract with Pop's Restaurant. They had special abalone, big ones, for Pop's Restaurant. Weighing them, again, these are being shipped all the way down to Northern California into the boxes there. And then the Pop Earth Restaurant. Abalone steak dinner. This dinner would cost you in 1938 about $25.
Whoa.
They are enjoying abalone. So, this is for later. So, and I'll talk about this tonight at the White Abalone Project, which I hope you all will come to. But Roy also was the discoverer of the White Abalone in 1939. And so I'm going to end it there. And I hope I didn't bore you guys. So thank you very much. So you all have your scorecard. So there had been some changes, and a little thing I noticed, we unfortunately due to technical difficulties, we weren't able to have the abalone races, which is something that was actually created by my friend Sandy Lyden. It was his idea way back in 2006. We actually took it to Japan once, abalone races in Japan. But we can't do it today, unfortunately. And the walking tour was on here. It was good for me to do that. I realized yesterday I can't do that. It was too hard, but I will get down on museum at lunchtime. And I'll do a little museum curators too of our museum. So thank you, and we're open.
I think one thing I was thinking of is that when you're talking about pop with the red fez, is that you always have a red cap on. When we were talking about pop, Ernst with the red fez, and you have the red beanie, and I always have my brown Stetson on. I don't know. It's something that. I want to also think of another verse. I find it interesting. This is a book from our California history room at the library, famous abalone songs of old Monterey. But one of the lines from Sinclair Lewis, some stick to biz, some flirt with Liz, down on the sands of Coney, but we, by hell, stay in Carmel and nail the abalone. So all of those people, they were what I've read, they would beat the abalone to these poems. Okay? They would like beat them on the beach and make their poems in there, and then write them in Pop's book. So that's where this book is right here. This is all the different verses that are in here from artists like Evelyn McCormick is in here, and Marvin Hansen is in here too. But also, just when they do have a break, make sure you guys visit the tables around here, just to thank all the folks, and I probably missed people, but our Fisheries Trust, the Kelp Forest Restoration, White Abalone Project, Point Lobos, and Pacific Abalone, as well as JACL. Just to thank everybody for being here and all the people working to help keep an active and productive fisheries here. Well, with that, any thoughts on what we saw just a bit ago with all of this? Who knew about Roy Hattori? Oh, good. That's a good group. It's good to get those words out there about people that really made a difference here in this. But with that, I just want to introduce our next presenter. We have Alexandria Ferenzi with the Beyond the Shell. Come on up. Thank you.
My name is Alexandria Ferenzi. I'm visiting from University of Nevada, Reno today, but this project originally stemmed out of Chico State with the Advanced Laboratory for Visual Anthropology. So if after watching our film today you're feeling inspired and you want to tell another version of the story, because there are so many versions of the story to tell with the abalone, please reach out to them because they're more than happy to collaborate on projects such as the one that we have. But without further ado, I'm going to get the film started. Keep questions in mind for the end. I have some stickers to pass out to everyone that asks questions, and I have Brian Dussault here and Jeremy McFarland, which I'm not sure where he is in the audience, back there. And we'll all be there to answer questions at the end in a panel. So keep those in mind.
Being raised in California, I have always been exposed to our cultural resources. As I grew older, I started becoming more familiar with the red abalone. It wasn't until adulthood did I start to realize the impact that today's society has had on their species. I have not had a chance to harvest any abalone, and so I've not been able to engage in all of my traditional practices, and it's frustrating. So we need to pray for them. We need to remember that they are our relatives, and we help each other. We sustain each other, and we need to be responsible with being good stewards of the ocean and respecting the waters.
I've been studying abalone since the 1970s, and I've noticed big changes which have happened over those intervening decades. Many of the species that we harvest, these larger individuals like red abalone, are cold water adapted. So they are used to temperate environments with very rich kelp seaweed resources. And that environment has been changing for the last 30 or 40 years particularly. And so as it changes, conditions that are ripe for healthy abalone stocks have also deteriorated, which is why a lot of the fisheries are now closed worldwide. I'm Dr. Brian Dussault. I used to be the director of the Humboldt State University Marine Lab. I was born in California and raised in California, and spent most of my life studying abalone as well as other things. The anatomy of abalone, which is one of the things that attracted me, is that they're basically big marine snails. So except though instead of a high arc spiral shell, what you see is they're very flattened, and that creates a very large foot. Their foot helps them attach because they typically live in very wave-swept or current-swept environments. And that's partially because they're adapted to eating seaweeds. They're capturing pieces of kelp that are drifting by in the current, which requires a high volume of kelp for them to survive with that strategy. But they're used to that, and kelp forests are very productive. And so that foot is a big part of their anatomy, and then what you see off of that is a bunch of little tentacles, which is what's called off their epipodium, so they can sense their environment 360 degrees, and they can tell if there's predators that want to eat them, you know, like humans. A lot of things want to eat abalone, right? Lobsters, crabs, sea otters, and so they're very sensitive to things sneaking up on them trying to eat them. The foot is a big part of what you go after when you're trying to eat an abalone. And of course, all of that is contained in this beautiful mother of pearl shell, which is coveted all over the world. And all the species are so different and so beautiful.
I love to look at something beautiful, and I love to create beautiful things. That's what makes me the happiest. As a California Indian basket maker and regalia maker, I often use abalone in the things that I create. Abalone is very much featured as decorative elements hanging at the end of strands of shells. It's such a foundational part of our culture. It is like California Indian culture. It is indigenous beauty. And it was shared all across this state and outside of what are now the state boundaries. So it was appreciated and sought after thousands of miles from here. It eventually traded and traveled.
Red abalone is always home for me because it's right outside our front door. We've been here, and I could go to Library of Congress and find a story from 1780 from my grandma from right here. I went to an archaeological site in Mandan, North Dakota, and there was red abalone disc earrings there. And at the time, I had the same earrings on, and so my friend who was from there was like, "Oh my gosh, it's like you were here 5,000 years ago." I was like, "Yes, this is a huge trade network that has went over the, North American continent for thousands of years."
The preference of using red abalone is because that's one of the species that's indigenous to our areas. We have other species of abalone, but the one that really resonates and is most recognizable to indigenous coastal people of California is that red abalone. Trying to find alternatives for that is difficult because other mediums or other shells just don't have the same sound or just don't have the same look. When you change your medium, then it changes the whole aesthetics. And so things not only sound and look different and feel different, they are different. And so it becomes unrecognizable to elders. It's sad to see something that has been a part of our community, a part of our sustainability for thousands and thousands of years to just be gone from our communities.
I have randomly found broken pieces of abalone, but I just happen to be very fortunate that a lot of friends over the years and acquaintances, once they learned what I do, started keeping their eyes open for abalone shells at flea markets in the Bay Area. I just feel that the stash, so to speak, that I have in my garage is like a bank for the future. That's how I've always thought of them.
As someone who works in place-based art, my work is reliant upon the resources that I need from my community to continue those art forms that have been passed on for generations. Whether that's stones or gems or coral or any other types of medium that artists use, it's becoming increasingly difficult to access those materials because of climate change. And so looking at how then do we teach or pass on place-based arts to younger generations if we don't have access to those materials.
The older I get, of course, the more I think about the importance of these traditions and carrying on into the future and trying to share the things I've learned with younger generations.
To me, it's medicine. It's what my ancestors and my community ate. It's what we used. It's what we teach with. It's how we represent ourselves. It's what gives us good energy. It's a way to share, because part of our cultural protocols is gifting. When it comes to gift giving, abalone is very significant, as well as whatever else we have that is in abundance and of resource. To offer gifts or to offer medicine is a good way to connect community.
It's so worth it to give somebody some food or to pick some medicine, to make them tea, to bring them something that gives them a little bit of comfort. Just like everybody has their position and place in the community, there's other people whose job it is to provide the food. It's your duty to try to help them. And I mean, it could be a phone call, it could be traditional food. Usually if they're sick, like physically, they want traditional food. It makes them feel good, especially if they think they're about to cross over to the next world and meet their family. It calms their spirit because they're scared to die. And so you want to give that. Somebody might have, several dozen abalone, but they're sharing it with a large group of people. And it's really not like that person is disproportionately picking the abalone. It's that's the person that is gathering for that whole community, for that event. And it's supposed to bring honor to that person.
My experience with abalone diving, it revolved around my family. It was never a sport really or a competition. It was more of just for the enjoyment and providing food for the larger family as a whole, because not everyone dove for abalone, but a lot of people enjoyed eating abalone. And so there's that whole community around it, and our family was definitely part of that. When I was younger, freediving was early in the morning. Typically involves just you in a wetsuit because the water is cold, a weight belt with a partner, and typically you're going out with a tube or some form of kayak or something to put your abalone in. Abalone diving is just free diving alone, so no scuba equipment. It involves is diving down, holding your breath on snorkel, and you have one tool, and that's a dive iron. And using that dive iron, you gotta be quick on releasing the abalone, because the abalone will just clamp down onto the rock if they know or feel the presence of something else in the water. And so you use a dive iron to pluck off the abalone from the rocks, and then you bring it back up to the surface, and then you can keep it in your dive tube or kayak.
The hope is that the fishery will get restarted at some point, and it may be what we call a de minimis fishery, in the sense that it's not what it formerly was, but there's some small fishery which still allows people to come and get abalone, but only in very small quantities. But over the years, then you can get back in here. And this is important for cultural reasons. People love abalone, they love to be involved, that's the whole hunt. There's whole communities in Mendocino and Sonoma County which are dependent on people coming to collect abalone. And so that's a big part of the culture and the economies of those coastal towns. Given the precipitous decline of red abalone that's happened, we really want to be careful, and that's why the state is taking their time thinking about this, to not bring it back and then have to shut it down again. They want something that's sustainable as much as possible, which is really difficult given this uncertain times in our oceanographic history.
The red abalone industry in particular has crashed. Left by themselves, they should recover, but that's based upon the idea that the system that they live in is also going to be more or less like it was before. But the events over the last few years, 5 years in particular, since maybe 2014, 2015, have been really very different and led to the closures, and we're so different environmentally that if that doesn't change, then it's unlikely to me that there will be a recovery sufficient that they could go back to the way it was before with the level of fishing intake that there was before.
The key thing is the warming of the ocean. And so we've always had kind of cold and warm years. We've had El Nino years and non-El Nino years. But what has happened is the frequency of these warming events is becoming more and more to the sense where we're almost always in some kind of warming or cooling environment. And that's not healthy for cold water species, which most California species are, adapted to their typical environment. And so what you've seen is associated with that is kelp forests. Kelp forests are very dynamic. They go up and down naturally with warm years, cold years, big storms, small storms, waves. But overall, the amount of kelp has declined significantly in the state of California and worldwide. So now we see just a fraction of the kelp forest that we used to have. And of course, those are food for abalone as well as a lot of other species that are also in decline in response to that.
We started seeing sea stars just disintegrating underwater. So we saw this progression of disease ripping through the community. And it was really creepy because you'd see these half stars walking around and other things eating them. And then that led to, because of the loss of one of the species, which is the sunflower star, urchins start emerging. And so the urchins came out of the cracks and crevices because their main predator was gone. And so they come out, and then the kelp started going away. And when the kelp starts going away, then the urchins get even more aggressive because there's no food, and they come out in these kind of lines, these huge numbers, and start mowing down everything, turning areas into urchin barrens.
Because urchins are a natural part of a kelp forest community, but when the kelp forest drops to a certain level, urchins aren't getting their food, they'll go out looking for it. And that's why we get these oscillations in the amount of kelp over time. And when you don't have these top predators eating the urchins, what happens then is that the urchins are not in check. And they have helped damage the kelp forest significantly, and that, of course, impacts everything that depends on kelp, particularly abalone.
Abalone and urchins are pretty different in one important way. When urchins get hungry, they go rogue. And when they go rogue, they have a thing called a lantern, which is the kind of device that they can feed with. They can just tear up stuff. And so they'll go, and oftentimes they will, they're eating everything in sight, but with like kelps have these things that are like branches, what we call stipes, and there's bulbs of air on them, and they hold it upright. When an urchin clips it at the bottom, the whole thing just floats away. And so they get a little bit of food, but the rest of it kind of floats to the surface and it floats away, or they eat the whole thing. Abalone don't have that ability. They really do rely upon drift. And so when the drift goes away, because the urchins are clearing out everything, they really don't have much to go on. They need the kelp or whatever the algae is in the system. And so they can't do the same thing as urchins. And they are not, in any stretch of imagination, immortal. They will shrink and decay, and they'll sometimes get diseased as they get starving, and then that disease can be transmitted. And so when they start going, they go fast.
The big aspect, and I think what a lot of people are missing today, are those kelp forests and those moments of being underwater and looking up and seeing the sun and seeing the kelp, seeing all the fish and the wildlife that's out there. And that's one thing I miss. But more so than that too is the community itself in Mendocino has changed since the abalone fisheries has closed. And that's a sad thing to see, especially growing up. Restaurants that I used to go to as a kid are now closed. And the one dive shop in Northern California, in Mendocino, is now closed as well. And that's a huge heartbreak to the community as a whole.
The most remarkable thing to me is how the this area, the red abalone sport diving area, fundamentally changes when the season is in place. So you would go up there to Mendocino or further north or further south, and out of abalone season, and the campgrounds would be largely empty, and there would be a little bit of kind of tourism, but the place would be quiet. And when you go up there during season, at least when there was a season, it was a completely different place, because this is one of the fisheries where almost everyone had access to it. Everyone could go to the shoreline, and there were campgrounds, and people went to the same campgrounds year after year, and they took their kids to them, and they grew up and they took their kids to them, and they camped next to each other, and for a week or 2 weeks they would be there, and it was like a culture that emerged. It supported a lot of the kind of the businesses up there for that short period of time when there was abalone being collected. And it was just something that I think brought people together that would never have seen each other. Some people came from Modesto, some people came from Mendocino, but they were all together and having a good time. And so it was really, that was the hardest part when they shut it down, was to think that all these people and that part of their life was gone.
It's difficult to not have access to something that was so plentiful, that was so normalized part of our community, to no longer have access to it. It's devastating, it's sad. The place that I'm in now is looking at what are those alternatives, or what can we replace so that we can kind of continue some of those traditions. Climate change is going to create shifts and pivots for a lot of people in a lot of industries. And people have to be willing to say, let this rest and do something else. And that's hard, because a lot of industries rely on the ocean. A lot of people rely on what the ocean provides.
Right now we're entering year 3 of a kelp forest restoration project. And so this project is state funded by the state of California. And our goal is to really understand if kelp forests can be recovered at certain places. What could we possibly do on our actions as humans to keep kelp from disappearing any more than it already has? So in this particular example, we're manipulating the urchin density, so the number of urchin on a reef, down to as low as we can get it, which is around 2 urchin per meter square. And so we're trying to understand if a system that is manipulated in urchin density could be flipped back to some form of kelp forest state, and how does the ecosystem respond to those changes, and are we helping or are we hurting? We do know from places all over the world that kelp restoration is a practice, it's a cultural practice. And so part of the back end of it is also how we as a society or in this space culturally accept maybe these practices that could come into play for restoration.
I'm still in the beginning stages of my research, but my ultimate goal is working with multiple stakeholders such as the government, local tribes, fishing communities, and using archaeology as a tool to understand changes in past environments and past climate to significantly improve management decisions by understanding how indigenous groups have lived along the coast and lived in harmony with their coastal resources.
Globally, there's a lot of momentum around kelp forest restoration, so I think there's a lot that we can learn from other cultures and places who have entered this new phase, which is a phase devoid of kelp. So I think there's that humility in saying, potentially we need help in doing this, and going out to others and saying what has worked for you, what hasn't worked for you. They're doing something to better understand what's the best way to potentially resolve this.
The way we're doing it now might not be the best way, and I think that's an important aspect of archaeology and working with indigenous tribes and learning about past ways, particularly how people have been stewards of the land and coastal resources. And I think understanding that might provide us with new ideas on how to approach managing these resources today and opening up to fisheries as a whole for all sorts of communities to enjoy.
I think policy-wise, leaning into what has potentially worked in other places and being open-minded to pilot testing those out in our spaces is probably a really good next step.
It is important that with the work I do, I teach and encourage people to think about how their actions and words impact not only themselves, their family, their community, their environment, but the next 7 generations in the future. I tend to share with people that Indigenous pedagogies can help us strategize sustainable futures. And part of that is acknowledging how much we impact the world around us. Are we supporting sustainable sources? Are we respecting and giving back? Are we engaging in a reciprocal, humble, accountable relationship with all of our relatives? Our community is the green. Our community is the living. Our community is everything. Our kinship to the plant relatives. Our relationship to the animals. When it comes to the abalone, we pray with the abalone and pray for their species, because red ab, spotted ab, black ab, green and blue, pink, more species and names that I may not be able to cite or know. However, I recognize they are our relatives and their population has been drastically impacted.
Everyone for sitting and watching that. Brian and Jeremy, if you guys want to join me up here. For those of you that weren't there at the beginning, I'm Alexandria, and we also have Brian Deso and Jeremy McCormick here. And if you guys have any questions or comments about the film, just please let us know, and we have the stickers.
In the film, it showed the urchins being, it looked like they were vacuuming it. Was that quick? I didn't understand what that was gonna serve. I mean, obviously, I understand you're trying to cull the population, but how is that gonna do that? Aren't they just gonna reattach?
Yeah, so you're asking about like the urchins and the practice of urchin removal and how that might benefit.
So they were gonna remove them?
Yeah.
It's essentially removing the urchins from the surface to allow kelp to attach themselves. And it is a continuous process. It's been years in the making, but at the sites that we've been doing urchin culling, there's been success in restoring these kelp forests, and so we have seen kelp forests come back to what they once looked like, maybe not as big, but they're there, and you can see the organisms coming back too. So that's the idea of it. It is a difficult thing to implement on a wider scale because the coast is so large and there's a lot of urchins. So I don't know if you can talk to it, but they're looking at ways of like, well, what can we do with these urchins other than just killing them and leaving them on the land? Because they're part of the ecosystem as well, and they can serve a purpose too.
I think just emphasizing Jeremy's point that they truly are not the enemy, because I know some people view urchins as the enemy. They aren't. They just have been placed in an ecosystem in a world that they're not necessarily being kept in check on, and that makes a huge difference for everyone involved. So everyone's just trying to be conscientious about that, make changes without causing a lot of harm, because I know a lot of times environmental decisions have been made in the past where sometimes in the end it actually results in more harm.
Part of the problem is when urchins are very, very common, the kelps cannot reproduce. And bull kelps particularly are an annual. And so after a while, you start losing the seed bank for those species. And so the idea with the removals is to try to let them reestablish and maintain, hopefully, where the conditions will swing back to being colder, which promote rich kelp beds. And that's a natural thing for the most part, but as we know, it's getting warmer, so those cold times are very far and few between these days, and that's the long-term issue that's really important here, among other things.
So the starfish, I watched something the other day, and they said that starfish are the ones that keep the oceans in check, and starfish are now disintegrating. And I believe there's some work going on at Moss Landing and the labs there to find out what that actually is. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
One of the two of these gentlemen sitting next to me might know a little more specifics on that, but I do know there's a lot of projects, in fact it might be Moss Landing, that they're working on kind of finding out which of these species, so which of the sunflower seed stars are better adapted to the environments they're in now. Which ones are better for warmer waters and not necessarily the colder waters that they thrived in before. And there's hope that those specific evolved sea stars can be placed in new ecosystems within these new ecosystems that we're dealing with.
The sunflower sea star is the main predator of urchins more recently. I mean, historically, sea otters were all on the coast and they were predators of urchins, but now they're only limited to Southern California, smaller populations, but they range all the way up to Oregon historically. And so without sea otters, and sunflower stars are the next main predator. And not only that they prey on urchins, but just by being in the water in the ecosystem, they send out cues to just kind of scare off urchins. Urchins are just, they hide in the cracks and run away. And like you mentioned, at Cal Academy of Sciences, they're doing a lot of work looking at genetics and breeding sunflower sea stars and identifying what was the cause of the mass die-off throughout California, Oregon. I think up in Washington and further north they're doing okay, colder waters. But looking at what is that chemical, what is that in the water that has impacted them. And they've identified it, they just haven't told anyone about it, so not yet. Yeah.
I'll just add briefly on the city side, because I work for the city, is that I know that there is a push to the Sunflower Stars organization to use some of the wharf to actually grow out some of the sunflower stars, because if you go out there to Moss Landing, they are introducing a new species because the species almost entirely died out. So they were bringing up, it was an illness that killed them all across, and so they're bringing in the species, growing them there in Moss Landing, and then bringing them over here to Monterey at the wharf to try to reintroduce the population across here, because they know it's very vital to the entire ecosystem. And I know.
Hello, my name is Steve Reebok. I was abalone technical consultant to the sea otter recovery team for 11 years. There was at the end of that film, the film was very good in most parts, but at the end there it said red abalone are critically endangered. There is no listing for red abalone. White abalone and black abalone are listed as endangered. Black abalone has come way back in Southern California, but there is no listing of red abalone in California.
Yeah, thank you very much for the film, very good. I was wondering why there was no mention of withering foot syndrome, which we recognized in the industry in the 80s, and it progressed and progressed until it finally covered 3/4 at least of the state.
Thank you. That's actually a really good question that kind of touches on a few other things with the film. So I was producing this in undergraduate with the effort of putting it on PBS. And they limit us to 27 minutes, so imagine trying to incorporate all of this content, all of these cultures. I even interviewed Tim and had hoped to include his content on this, but unfortunately I didn't make it through the final rounds. It's really hard to mention everything, so sometimes you kind of have to allude to things. So I think that we did kind of allude to that. I don't know if it was mentioned in direct nature as with the sunflower starter wasting disease syndrome, but we kind of got at that when we were talking about the disease of the abalone. So you kind of have to think about what your audience is. We really wanted this film to be accessible to all. We didn't want to get too far into the technical terms of wasting syndrome of abalone and all the scientific names of everything, because that makes it not accessible. So our real goal was to affect policy, affect decision-making in the voters and the populations around us, and make sure that they understood that broadly, the abalone were undergoing a pretty big disease that affected their communities. Does that kind of help answer your question a little?
Not really. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for this wonderful presentation. I'm Fran Freeman from San Luis Obispo. And when I saw all those urchins, I thought that I remembered that there was such a thing as an urchin fishery. Is that true or not true, or just in some areas?
Yeah, so there is an urchin fishery. Oftentimes people tend towards, you might have noticed there's purple urchins and red urchins, and the red urchins tend to be a little larger, and the uni or the orange stuff that you eat, which are the gonads of the urchin, oftentimes are most plentiful in the red urchin, so oftentimes that industry kind of has swayed in that direction. So it's been a little difficult from my understanding. The people I've interviewed, obviously this comes from an etic, outside, external perspective of talking to people, but it's my understanding that it's a little tough to get people to eat the purple urchins. So that's why efforts such as Jeremy's are necessary for these culls.
Yeah, I don't know the technicality of why there isn't a purple urchin fisheries, because there are so many. But there's arguments that, well, there's so many of them that the urchins are also starving, so their gonads, the uni, is not as productive as you would want to consume. So you might harvest 10 and only get a few with productive gonads. But I don't know, in my experience, I've seen a lot, and they look still pretty healthy too. So it seems like there could be a fishery, so that's kind of more speaking from my personal experience. But there may be more technical reasons why that has not developed in California yet, for purple urchin specifically.
I was wondering if to produce jewelry or such out of the red abalone, do you have to be indigenous, or is it protected?
That's a really interesting question that I have actually never gotten on any of these panels before, so thank you first. It is open to everyone. I think as with anything in life, sharing is really the best way to get to know a culture, sharing food, sharing conversation. There is a closure on the fishery still, so you kind of have to get creative about sourcing the abalone, as Linda and Leah have in the past. And make sure that you're doing it responsibly, not overtaking your fill, so that others, such as their young generation, can learn how to create indigenous jewelry within their community. I think that's a really good thing to consider if you decide to go about producing your own jewelry. I think something else I'm just going to state, I know it doesn't relate to your question, but just in case you dive into it, it is a toxic material to work with, so make sure you go about it in a safe way. But yeah, no, I think sharing with community is a great way to do that. So if you're curious about that, Linda will be here later today, so you can always go up and have a conversation with her, because that's all where it starts, right? Yeah, I actually do have one little comment. So you might have noticed at the end of the film we have a call to email if you have any shell donations of red abalone as part of the Abalone Collective. This is a project I've been trying to get off the ground for a while, ever since the film has been produced, but I'm also currently in a PhD program, so it's a little tough and slow going. But we are kind of finally at the beta test stage of this project, where we're going to work on connecting people that have boxes of abalone in their garage from their grandpa that used to go sport diving back in the day, for example, to connect them with an indigenous artist in California, so that they can not only share this beautiful abalone that brings us all here today, but also share kind of a relationship amongst themselves. We don't want it to just be a quick little exchange. We want it to almost be like a pen palship, you know. You exchange what your relationship is to the abalone, they exchange theirs, and then they produce this beautiful jewelry and get to continue their culture. We have quite a few donations already in email waitlist. If you have any, please feel free to email us. But we are kind of looking for artists to add to this beta test. So if you know any local indigenous artists that would be interested in being a part of the Abalone Collective, please also email us.
Well, thank you all. Can we get a round of applause? And thank you. I really think that was a really interesting video for me, because it really highlights also just how much the abalone travel all across America, what we call America, but it really traveled across indigenous cultures around, and how important it was to everybody and how spiritual it was. And the importance and the loss of it is really critical, for a lot of these nations out there. But also just for folks to think of that we have to make our decisions on this based on science and research and work on recovery of it, and not make decisions on overfishing and everything like that. And that's where we talk about, Tim talks about the loss of the sardine industry. Basically how all of these things are connected, whether that's the sunflower star and our sea otters, the kelp, everything is really interconnected in the ecology of here in Monterey Bay, so it's so important for us. With that, we do have another program before lunch. Do we have Art CV?
Yes.
Art CV, welcome. Thank you. Give a round of applause.
Thank you, Tim, for creating this wonderful festival, and for everyone who's here. So my name is Art Seavey. I'm a partner in Monterey Abalone Company. We're a small abalone farm located under the wharf in Monterey. And so I'm just going to jump right in here. What are abalone? Via Spanish, Abalone, from the Runzian language, Abalone. So the indigenous people are playing a role, a very important role right here. Hats off to the wonderful feeling that video Beyond the Shell gave me. I really appreciate the spiritual connection that people have to abalone, to kelp, to the ocean. I feel it myself. Not only that, I have a connection to wharves. So this is the most comprehensive finding I can encounter on how many species there are. Abalone do create hybrids. And so I think that may be a reason for the confusion that's evident from this slide. For example, pinks and reds can cross and create a hybrid. And in fact, there was a farm, there is still a farm, an abalone farm in Goleta, and when they knew an El Nino was coming, they would purposely cross greens with reds, because the greens conferred an advantage over the reds when the water temperatures were high. These are the species that live in California, and this is an old slide that shows their representative habitat areas, and the reds are probably the biggest area, going from halfway down Baja up to where it used to be in Washington State. Why are they farmed? Mainly as food, cultural reasons. Jewelry and abalone larvae may be used for bioacids. And in fact, abalone larvae are very sensitive to water quality, and so it used to be, back in the day, I'm talking the 50s and 60s, they were used to get a feeling for the toxicity of things that are being dumped in the ocean. And so researchers for the state and the federal government wanted to understand how toxic things were, and they wanted abalone larvae to test the toxicity. And so researchers at the Grand Canyon Water Quality Laboratory, which is just south of Carmel, right on Big Sur Coast, used to, I mean, they studied abalone reproduction and developed techniques for culturing the larvae. And that's really where I think our California industry was born. Dr. Earl Ebert in particular is one of the scientists that I had met once, but he worked there along with others. And for jewelry, you can see in this picture, this is a large abalone with a 118 karat abalone pearl inside. And then there were many attempts. Dr. Peter Fankboner from the University of British Columbia developed a technique to drill holes in the abalone shell, screw in a plastic plug, and then the abalone would cover the plug with nacre. And then you could cut it out and fill it with hard material like epoxy and make it, call it mabe pearl. Also, abalone shell is used for inlays, for musical instruments and furniture. So skipping ahead to farming methods. So the three categories here are ocean ranching, in the ocean farming, and land-based farming. Ocean ranching happens when you take hatchery-reared abalones, baby abalone, and plant them in the wild and come back some years later hoping to harvest them. Unfortunately, there are many things in the wild that love to eat baby abalone, so often these ocean ranching attempts come with removal of those predators, which is not something that we would consider here. And in the ocean, farming is generally done in cages, cage culture or raft culture. Abalone are contained in habitats to keep predators out and keep them in, and that's what we do. We use cage culture. And then land-based farming is, of course, in tanks and seawater pumping systems. And in some countries, particularly South Africa, there's an industry of abalone farming using recirculating seawater systems. And this is a plug for another great video on marine life and marine the culture of, it's called Sea Women, it's in the, anyway, these women who live on an island in Korea and who are jumping in the ocean every day and wrestling abalone and octopi, scallops and mussels and all kinds of things off the bottom. And it's a wonderful story about that. Basically, abalone farmed in sand. This is the aquarium's ocean, Sea Watch. It's the best choice for sustainable seafood. Abalone farming areas of California. When I began at Monterey Abalone Company in 1994. A gentleman named Joe Kavanaugh had started the farm a few years earlier, and I became his partner. And then in the late 90s, there were 13 abalone farms in California. And unfortunately now there are only 2 left. And there's also one in Hawaii. But the abalone farms ranged from Santa Barbara, and there was one up in Tomales Bay, but all the rest were from between Davenport and Santa Barbara. This is a picture of the farm in Santa Barbara, or Goleta, called the cultured abalone, and they raise the abalone in these big tanks. As you can see, they got plenty of kelp to eat. And some farms used to make pre-packaged abalone steaks. I believe now that the 2 farms that are left are only selling the abalone live in the shell. So the process for farming abalone begins in the hatchery. And sort of you need to find sexually mature abalone, males and females. Our technique is essentially to put the spawners that we find in separate buckets and induce them to spawn by adding a little hydrogen peroxide to the water. Somehow that irritates them and causes them to release their roe. And then once they spawn, you collect the water from the males and the water from the females, and you mix it together. Fertilization happens. It takes about 36 hours for the fertilized eggs to hatch. They hatch out into microscopic swimming larvae with a tiny amount of yolk. A big female, an 8-inch female, can release as many as 5 million eggs in a single spawn. And so they're very prolific. Of course, the eggs are very tiny. There isn't a very big amount of energy invested in each one. So it's sort of a strategy whereby they're creating a lot of chances for offspring, but each one has a very small chance. And in the hatchery, we then put these fertilized eggs in a very clean tank with flowing seawater and aeration, and they're gently bubbled for another 36 hours. They hatch out into a swimming larvae, and they go through using this yolk as energy, and also they are able to absorb dissolved amino acids from the water, absorb them through their skin, I guess, and they will metamorphose and change larval form several times before finally starting to grow a little shell. They're still swimming around, and they're ready to settle on a surface. They're ready to, and so they're touching down on the sides of the tank, looking for some place with food, and that offers some chance of survival. And so at this point, we take them into our nursery, which is an outdoor facility with tanks that have lots of surface area with racks of fiberglass plates. So there's a lot of surface area for the abalone to settle on. We've already inoculated the place with marine diatoms of the proper size, and hopefully the abalone will like that. They'll land on a spot they like, and will begin their lives as snails. And from there, it's a process of carefully and slowly culturing them through their growth, and it takes about 1.5 years to come up to get an abalone of this size. The best we've ever done in our hatchery, where we do everything possible to have the highest survival that we can, the best we've ever done is 6% survival through these stages. So it's a numbers game.
Wow.
It's putting it crude, but anyway. So once you have these juveniles that are healthy, this is basically our process here. So we start with the seed abalone, and the smallest size we sell are about 4 years old in total, and they're about 3.5 inches long and weigh about a quarter pound. We grow them in cages that are suspended under the wharf. We constructed walkways amongst the pilings. And we pull each cage out once a week and lift it out of the water, hose it out in the seawater, try to knock off some of the fouling organisms that love to grow on the cage. And because they're just hanging in the water, we rely on the ability of the water to flow through the cage and keep the environment inside the cage healthy for the abalone. We lift it up, hose it out, we feed it giant kelp mostly, close it back up and put it back in the water. And we do that week after week, month after month, for 4 years to get these little guys. And some of them we grow to about a 1 pound size, about 5.5 inches in shell length, and those take 7 to 8 years. So it's
wow.
My friends say, Art, what business school did you go to? So, as I said, we feed them mostly giant kelp. This is a picture of one of our crew harvesting some kelp on a winter's day, in the day, and we'll talk more about kelp in a minute. My partner, Trevor Fay, pulling up a cage full of abalone from under the wharf. We used to use those pulleys. Now we have a hydraulic winch system. So he's got a winch control in his right hand and pulling it up. There's some cages with abalone in them. And here's an abalone. Let me see. Okay, so I wanted to shift gears a little bit, and I have some great, what I think are fun photos of a technical collaboration trip that a friend took to Korea to look at how they farm abalone there. And the Korean abalone industry exploded in the early 2000s. When there were 13 farms in California, all the biggest farms usually sent about half their production to Japan, to the Tsukiji market in Tokyo, to be auctioned off, and they would get about $13 a pound for it. And then in about 2009, Korea came online with production, a huge production, and cut their price to $8 a pound, and all of a sudden, California farms were out of luck. And anyway, so these guys visited, and in many parts of Asia, there are huge algae culture, seaweed culture industries. These are piles of laminaria fronds, and these are the long lines and floats used to grow those the laminaria plants. And these are laminaria plants, the root systems of the laminaria plants on the lines. About every 8 inches, they untwist the rope, strands of the rope, and put a little kelpling in there and twist it back together again, and the roots grow around the rope. And here you can see some long lines. It's kind of hard to see the seaweed there, but you can just see it. This is a system for harvesting the seaweed. See the long line gets pulled up through this trough and up over this bar, and as it goes past, the guys are cutting the seaweed off and filling up these little barges with the seaweed. And the barges come ashore to where there's a big long rope pulley system. And they can lift up the bale of the bundle of seaweed and bring it and dump it in a truck. This is a gentleman who's inspecting ropes, little small strings, that the spores of the laminaria are settled on. And this is a Korean abalone farm, and they have something like 3,000 hectares, 7,500 acres devoted to abalone culture in the waters. And, whoops, I'm sorry. So each of those little squares contains some substrates for the abalone to crawl on, and these guys come by with a barge of this cultured seaweed, and the two guys can feed millions of abalone every day. Here's a view of the substrate. You can see some of the 2-inch or so abalones, 2-inch sized abalones. Tremendous quantities of seaweed culture in Asia. And this is a markup, an auction site which is they were selling dried in an area for human consumption, bales of it. So just an idea of abalone production by country, and this is the latest information I could find. China has a huge production, metric tons. Korea, South Africa, USA is way down here at 154 metric tons. In general, in the US, it's far behind most of the rest of the world in terms of aquaculture. In 1970, at the peak of commercial abalone fishing, with no aquaculture, the total harvest in the United States was 20,000 metric tons a year. So compare that to this 235,000 metric tons. It's a lot of production.
Oh, was in the U.S. only the 20,000?
No. The question was that only U.S. and other countries that still have actually commercial fishing for abalone, Mexico, South Africa. Actually, South Africa, I think, has closed their commercial fishing, and Australia, I believe, still has some as well. So I was going to talk about the urchin issue. We've already talked a lot about that, or heard some excellent information on that, and I just want to, I guess part of the reason I wanted to talk about it is because it's obviously very important for our business, the ability to harvest kelp and feed our abalone. And we certainly feel sort of caught between a rock and a hard place in the sense that we want to protect the kelp. We think the kelp is beautiful. We understand the tremendously important role it plays in the ecology of our coastline. The kelp bed that we harvest the most from is the one right in front of Cannery Row. And so there's also another bed on the other side, just past Lover's Point. And of course, we all remember how Hopkins Cove, Lover's Cove, used to be, you could walk on the kelp there. Well, it seemed like. And now, ever since this urchin thing, there hasn't been a single planting. And that's a state marine reserve. There's no harvesting in there. And so there's in the Otter Cove, just beyond Lover's Point, there's a small bed that has been productive in the last few years, and that's, I think, it's being out a little further towards the point. It's a little more exposed, so the winter swells take it out, but it has been going back well. We appreciate the efforts that so many people have made to understand the kelp situation, and I want to acknowledge Keith Rootser over there, who has some displays on that table next to him, who's done the impossible by obtaining a permit from California Department of Fish and Wildlife to actually remove urchins from a 1 hectare plot on Tanker's Reef. And it was successful and created, the kelp forest came back there. We're hoping the kelp comes back. Yes.
Is there an attempt to cultivate the algae here, as they're doing in Korea?
The question is, whether there's any attempt to culture algae here. Yes, there are many people who would love to have seaweed farms. Unfortunately, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, well, it's the California Fish and Game Commission, which is intertwined with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, has not issued a new water bottom lease in California for 25 years. So it's impossible for anyone to have one. And I don't know if you remember, several years ago, some people actually started a kelp farm off of Santa Barbara out in federal waters because they couldn't do it in state waters. And they successfully grew quite a big area of kelp. And then, unfortunately, some sport fishing, people were sport fishing and were driving by in a boat. One of the long lines had broken, and it wrapped around the propeller, the boat flipped over, and someone died. So they just closed their doors. And so right now, there are no commercial kelp farms that I'm aware of.
Your business school numbers actually don't look very bad. 5 million progeny per female, and presumably the same for male. 4% starting out of that, still 250,000 kids from each one before you go through your 8-year process. And then 15 times increase from a farming shift is impressive in 50 years. We go another 50 years in that future, is this a product with farmed ecology that has such economies of scale that the price could finally drop down below shrimp and tilapia, and finally there exists a new water-based solid state protein product in the future? I mean, another jump is big.
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, that is one of the hopes and promises for aquaculture, right? When I was in grad school, the professors told us that it was going to be the blue revolution and we were going to feed the world. And I hope so. Unfortunately, I think that, you know, I was in grad school in the early 80s, and that's when salmon farming came online. And there was a lot of criticism, immediate criticism of salmon farming, and my fellow students and I would look at each other and say, well, you know, the industry is going to rebut that, right? The industry is going to say something, and I think they were counting on this criticism just going away, but it never did happen, and I think it has influenced, you know, the policy and the politics and the regulatory structure here in California to the point where it's difficult, very difficult and very expensive to just get a permit anyway. And I think that another reason, one of the reasons that so many of those 13 abalone farms that were present in the late 90s had gone is because their property, if they had a piece of coastal property, they could make so much more money by selling it than by farming. So I hear you. It's you know, it seems like it should be very productive, and I mean 4% of 5 million is 40,000, not 4 million, unfortunately. I wish it was the other way around.
Do you have to filter the Monterey Bay water that feeds your more mature abalones?
That question is, do we need to filter our seawater? We feel our seawater is you know, is pretty clean. The current generally comes from northwest and sweeps along the peninsula and around the bend on the Del Monte State Beach and heads that way. It depends on the wind. But, we have tested our abalone many times for metals and for toxic, you know, what's called an EPA 8088 bio, you know, assay for pesticides, etc. And there are, particularly zinc is probably the highest metal we see, but the rest are well underneath, any guidelines. And the EPA panel has come back every time with non-detects for all the 13 different compounds they're looking for. So we feel like the water is clean. Red tides are definitely a concern. They can soak up all the oxygen in the water, especially at night. In fact, we lost some abalone last fall when that big influx of anchovies happened and died in the harbor. We also, there was a gentleman named Gary Russell, a resident of Pacific Grove, who had a raft in the harbor for many years. He and his son ran it, and they were raising abalone there. And he decided to retire. We bought the raft from him. So one of the projects we're engaged in now there is taking these purple urchins that are empty and from the urchin barrens and feeding them kelp. It takes about 4 months for the gonads to fill in, and then we can sell them for human consumption. So we're hoping that that is something that could possibly, if more people can find a way to do it, that can make a dent in the urchin population. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Art, for that. Just a reminder for everybody, there is a survey on the back of your agenda, so if you fill that out, make sure you can leave it there or put it back. It's just about 12 o'clock, and the lunch is on your own time, but also Tim will have the museum open, so if you follow out on the outside and go out towards the mural, you can see it. But I just want to read out for lunchtime, actually, one of the early 1870s recipes for abalone. This is from the Monterey Weekly Herald from October 3rd, 1874. Get the abalones fresh in the shell and alive. With a common hammer, beat on the face of the fish until they quit their hold and drop from the shell. Carefully wash away everything but the pure white fish. Then wrap them up in a piece of strong cloth, and with billet of wood, pound them to a jelly. Boil the jelly for a quarter of an hour with milk and butter, pepper to suit the taste, and a dish to satisfy the most fastidious will be the result. So, I don't know if you're having that for lunch, but it is time to go head out, and as I mentioned, go and visit the museum out on the side, and thank you, everybody.
Johnson.
Thanks everyone for coming. Hope you had a nice lunch or a walk or whatever. My name is Larry Oda. I'm a third generation resident of Monterey. My grandfather came in 1906 to work in the fishing industry. He worked in fish processing down on Cannery Row and bought his own cannery in 1926. My father came in 1917 to also work in the fishing industry, fish processing, but he worked on Fisherman's Wharf. And I think I'm supposed to talk about fishing on Fisherman's Wharf. Tim talked about a lot of the history of the Japanese. You know, the original fishing colony was down on Cannery Row, where it was next to the Murray Mansion. If you folks know where the Murray Mansion was, it's the Monterey Plaza Hotel is on that site now. And the fishing village was to the north of the mansion. My grandfather first lived across the street, which used to be Ocean View Avenue, on the little triangular lot. The house isn't there anymore, but that's where he lived, his family lived, and fishing village was across the street, kind of across the street. Tim talked about the abalone that brought the Japanese to Monterey. It was a combination of the abalone and salmon. He talked about Otosa Noda that was up in the tree clearing land for the Southern Pacific Railroad and the Pacific Improvement Company, and noticed the abundance of abalone and salmon in the bay. He wrote back to the Ministry of Agriculture in Japan and said, you know, as Tim said, there's all this fine fish that no one's doing anything with. So, you know, first they sent a marine biologist by the name of Inosuke Kodani. That family, the Kodani family, had a abalone processing in Japan. So he was well aware of it, and when he came and saw the size of the abalone, the red abalone that we talked about earlier today, which is roughly twice the size of the abalone that you find in Japan, you know, they were really excited. So they started the abalone fishery, first at the site on Cannery Row, Ocean View Avenue, and then they moved out to Point Lobos. We have a pencil drawing of the abalone fishery at Point Lobos at Waivers Cove. It was drawn, I think it was 1932. So that gives you an idea of what it looked like then, and if you've been out there now, all that land is not built upon. So, but back to, am I supposed to talk about the war?
Anything you want, Larry.
Okay.
Anything you want.
Japanese on the Monterey Wharf. Okay, so thank you. Yes. Yeah. Oh, it was upside down. I had my teleprompter in front here. Yeah. So you know, back then, Tim tells us that the abalone is what built this building, and abalone is what built the Monterey Wharf. Back before World War II, the wharf was 70% Japanese because, you know, that's who was running everything. So All that was lost during World War II. I think you're all aware of the Japanese exclusion during World War II. So all the boats, all the businesses were pretty much abandoned. So we lost our grip on the control of Monterey fisheries. Where it used to be Angelo's, down at the first finger of the wharf, used to be the Higashi Fish Company. And that's where my father started when he was 17. And Unosuke Higashi was the owner. Hal Higashi had the fish docks. There was a ship's chandlery on the wharf. Roy Hattori's parents had a abalone processing, international fish processing, more toward the head of the wharf. And my father's operation was about midway on the right-hand side as you're walking down the wharf. So, you know, that's about all I know. We have some pictures down in our museum, pictures from 1919 that shows the number of abalone fishing boats on Monterey Bay. And there was a survey done by the Monterey Cypress, which was a daily newspaper back then, that counted 185 boats that fished for salmon. 145 of them were Japanese boats. So it gives you an idea of the dominance of the Japanese in the industry.
Larry, halfway down on the right-hand side, in 1955, my dad bought an abalone canning company and built Neptune's Table. Would that have been the abalone company?
I think that was it the Red Snapper restaurant?
Right, then it became Red Snapper, then it became Gilbert's. Or Gilbert's, then, excuse me, Gilbert's Red Snapper, then it became Scales.
Yes. Yes, that's it was a large building.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can see some old pictures of the boat's dock behind it, full of abalone. So that's where it was. And it was an abalone processing co-op. Tim had talked about there were 9 processing operations on the wharf, and they all combined because of the catch. There were so many, so many boats bringing in so much abalone that they needed to combine their efforts to process it. And there are pictures downstairs of the piles of abalone shells of the young men who shucked the abalone, and the women who trimmed the abalone. I remember the stories of some of the old timers know Yo Tabata. He was a salesman out at Butts Pontiac Cadillac. He used to own the Los Angeles Mobile station. It's not there anymore, but that way. But he told me that he was a baseball player, and my dad was a avid baseball fan, and he'd hire these young high school kids to shuck the abalone. And he said that when they had a game, when they shuck the abalone, they're supposed to lay it flat so it's easy to trim. And his dad would say, listen, you guys have a game, just get all these abalone shucked and hit the road because you have a game. So they just did as fast as they could, but the abalone would come on in a ball, and the women would really be upset because it's hard to trim the foot off of the abalone when it's all rolled up in a ball. So, yeah, just interesting stories like that. Yes, yeah.
What was done with the processed abalone? Was it all sent to Japan? Was it sold and consumed here?
This was after Pop Ernest developed his schnitzel preparation of abalone. You slice this tough piece of meat, you pound it and make it tender, and you bread it and saute it in olive oil and butter or something. So, but this was when the boys would shuck the abalone, the women would trim it so it looked like a cylinder, and then it would be sliced and then packaged and put on ice to be shipped out to San Francisco or wherever. And yeah, we have some of those pictures too. And yeah, the ones that I've seen are the pictures that I've seen. The boxes are piled up to the ceiling, and I don't know how many pounds of abalone are in there. But if in today's market, I think the last I heard, abalone was like $80 a pound, and a good abalone was 4 pounds. So that was a long time ago. A little while back when you could still get it. Nowadays, you can go down to the Monterey Wharf and buy a farm-raised abalone. It tastes just as good, but it's just a little smaller. Yes?
Did they have a purpose for the trimmings on the abalone? What happened to the trimmings?
Yeah, the Japanese, like other ethnicities, make use of everything. And they would make, they either stew it or eat it raw, chop it up, put some soy sauce on it, and that's your dinner. So, yeah, it's, let me digress. I used to go to this restaurant for lunch, a Chinese-owned Italian restaurant. The dad would come out and he was holding this chicken by the neck. It was all defeathered. And I said, "Hey, what you making there?" He says, "Chicken soup." He says, "Oh, do you cut off the head and the feet?" He says, "No, chicken soup." Same thing with with the abalone. Everything is used. Except for the shell, I guess. Most of the shells were taken away. And Pop Ernest used the shell to hold his abalone stew. Now, Tim said some of the shells are so big that you could take a bath in it. Well, little exaggeration, but they are big. A nice portion of stew if you have that much. But Tim will also tell you that the holes were filled with lead. So I don't know, maybe that's why I'm so slow. You've been a wonderful audience. You've been laughing at my jokes. So I want to introduce next Mr. Sandy Lydon. Now, Sandy, most of you are probably here to see him, so as well as Tim Thomas. But Sandy's a retired history professor at Cabrillo College, and he's been wandering the streets of the Monterey Bay region for 65 years, You know, yeah, he's a local treasure, not a national treasure. So, you know, I have some things that I like to say about him. You know, but you know, in all seriousness, you know, he's described as Central California's preeminent stand-up historian. So, you know, he's a retired faculty member, as I said, of the Cabrillo College, and he's a leading expert on Monterey County history. So, and he wrote the definitive history of the Chinese in the Monterey Bay region. And he started a history of the Japanese, but there's, I don't know, I think there's some, you know how you don't want to say something because, you know, it might upset someone? And I think that, you know, he doesn't want to upset me, so he doesn't write about it. But, you know, he's, excuse me, he wrote the definitive history of the Chinese in the Monterey Bay region. And I know it's for sale in the back of the room, the Chinese gold. Is it second or third? Second edition. So, but anyway, please welcome Samuel Iden.
So what he didn't tell you, there's a lot of things he didn't tell you. Larry Oda is the national president of the Japanese American Citizens League of America. All right? And I know he's much too nice. Ask him sometime about his high school car. It was a bug-eyed Sprite with a V8 in it. That's the kind of car that a guy wants because it looks harmless. And people will look at it and go, that doesn't sound like a Sprite. Well, it wasn't a Sprite. I envy you just hearing that you had that car. Anyway, this has been a very tough time. Let me explain also. I'm wearing a hat and I'm doing it because of the light. It's not because I'm uncouth, although I did grow up in Hollister. Get that out of the way. I'm going to take it off when maybe I will, maybe I won't. But because it says I walked Monterey Bay on there, and we used to do it at night. And if it was a full moon, you could, in about 2.5 hours, get across, straight across on the water. But then later, I learned that it's easier to do it on the beach because you didn't have to worry about the moon. And I did that about maybe a dozen times. We started on Santa Cruz side. Never, ever, ever walk north on the beach. Ever. There's a wind every afternoon. Even Father Juan Crespi said, the northwest wind is Lord. He'd only been here a year when he wrote that in his journal. The wind comes down there. You want to have the wind at your back. That's it. That's all you need to know. I can go. Anyway, the problem is the knees. The sand around Fort Ord, where Fort Ord used to be, ooh, it's wicked. It's like oatmeal. Sand is very different in other places, and I did history as we'd come around. We did it in 3 days. Anyway, it got my knees. He said, cartilage? When he put up the MRI on the thing, what cartilage? There isn't any cartilage. He said, this is known as bone on bone. I said, okay. So I'm eschewing surgery, no surgery, cortisone, whatever it's going to take. So that's why I'm sitting here. When I was teaching at Cabrillo for the 50 years that I was doing it, I started teaching in 1961, full-time high school teacher, Sacramento County, graduated from Davis, and specialized, even though there was no courses, in the history of Asia. And at Cabrillo, I taught Chinese, Japanese history, Southeast Asia, and also Asian American. We were one of the first schools in California, actually, to teach Asian American history. And I wondered, even as growing up as a child, there was a rule. When you go, my mom told me this, when you go to Monterey, dress up. So in the back seat of my car, when I was still driving, you're grateful I don't drive anymore. I always had a tie. Always had a tie. And when I came over here, just a little touch. Just a little touch. It was also my uniform for teaching. Always had to wear a tie. Larry Oda is the national president at a time, this is a terrible time. We are in terrible times, all different ways, and I'm not going to get too cranky about this. But this is part of the story. This is part of the story that doesn't get mentioned. The word immigrant has become a negative word. I taught immigration history for decades. And periodically, we'd go through one. There was always one. There was always a group that came in that got beat up. That's kind of the American tradition. The last guy in gets beat up, and then the next guy beats up the last guy. That's the way it works. It's called hazing. National hazing. Or when the economy went bad, you could usually figure, this is a different time. The word immigrant, the word migrant, it only means people who came from somewhere else. It has no inherent positive or negative to it. It's been made negative, and that is terribly unfortunate for those of us who revel in this subject. It is so pervasive. History is, these days, it is really was killed by COVID. COVID shut down the library, shut down the archive, shut down every place. The only place you could go get history? Online. Online is like a large restroom wall. Somewhere on there may be a glimmer of truth. But most restroom walls have no truth. You can't trust it. And in my last days, I am fighting hard. And one of the problems we've been blessed with is what I call presentism, and actually you can Google it, it exists, which is judging the past with values of the present. This story, these stories, the stories you've been hearing and seeing, people are quick to judge. They see a pile of abalone shells, they say, oh my God, what were they doing? Well, in the case of the Chinese, as you'll see in a minute, they were saving them. Everything has value. So let me just give you a glimmer. Your problem is that you are directionally deprived. That is, you don't know east from west or north from south. And I would normally ask you to point at any of those, and you wouldn't be able to do it. I won't embarrass you. But when we talk about Far East is Delaware. The history of Far East, Maryland, Florida. Florida has no history. No, they don't allow any history. Maybe they have. Okay. So when you do the history of the United States, it's go west, young man. And when covered wagon gets to the coast, well, Ma, we're here. The story is not built the history of the United States for many years had its back to the Pacific. You don't imagine the Pacific as a whole. Typical projection for a world map, I was going to bring one just to model it. I'll ask you to remember from your junior high school class as you're being tormented by a clock that actually probably ran backwards because it was going so slow. You looked at that map and it was centered on Greenwich. Who gives a damn about Greenwich? I don't. But what it does is it goes and you go east. It's far east from Greenwich. The Pacific is not shown as a whole, as an entity. The only people that see it as an entity traditionally were scientists. But historians didn't. So you can't fathom people coming from that direction, right? Because your history isn't built that way. And culturally and physically in a lot of different ways, very different. I have a new motto. If not now, when? So I'm going to take every opportunity I have from here to wherever. I'm 85 years old, and I'm pissed. You know, I see every obituary. Well, he, she died peacefully. Bull. My dad was pissed. Now I know why. And he said I had his knees, for God's sakes. Okay. All right. So we're gonna orient you, pardon the pun, orient you here to this here map. This here is the peninsula of, known generically as the Monterey Peninsula. See, I can use the cane as a pointer. My wife's laughing. Because I couldn't think, I was looking for a pole or something. Don't need a pole, I got a pole. Okay, so here's the deal. The group that was here originally, the Rumsen Ohlone, the people who you've heard a lot about, Lindy Amane was in the video and she's all over this subject for us. And her forebears. Her forebears lived here a long time, and they figured out how to use damn near anything. And so their vision was very wide. Their palate was huge. The only group that gave them a run for their money were the Chinese. Now the Chinese come into this story, otters are gone. Right? Rumsen population is down low. Abalone are loose. There's stories they were migrating to Salinas across the mountains. I don't know if I believe that. Oh, you heard he went to Minnesota, for God's sake. I heard that today. I'm going to pass that on. I'll pass it on. It should be on YouTube by 10 o'clock. Okay, so they came two ways. Most of the Chinese came to California and the West Coast because of the gold. They called this Gold Mountain because of the gold rush, 1848-9, and then every living creature. Walter Colton, read Walter Colton. Walter Colton's book of the years that he was here describes what the gold rush did to Monterey. Everything loose went to the Sierra. And by the way, it's Sierra. That's plural. There is no Sierras.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. And it's also Point Pinos, not Pinos. They call it Pinos. They're trying to clean it up. They don't want to say Point Pinos. It's really too close to something else that they might say. San Benito County, I grew up in Hollister. The place south of there is Tres Pinas. That's what it's called. That's how it's pronounced. What? Yeah, I know. First time I said it when I went away to Davis and I was in the cafeteria, everything stopped. So, what did he say? Newscasters still try to put a tilde on it. There's no tilde. They're trying to clean it up. Okay, all right. So they came to the gold fields and they did not do well. They didn't get there first. You gotta get there first. If you're not first, no, it's gonna be a little more work. So the Chinese, it's like a coming across on just big ships with lots of people in them through San Francisco and to the gold fields. They did not get a good welcome. Part of the reason was that there's an inherent racism that's just that the Chinese just get, unfortunately. But then there was more to it. Because the Chinese are resourceful. Chinese gold, the title of the book, aforementioned book, which is somewhere here, the Chinese came for the gold mountain. Big damn book, by the way. Big heavy book. Don't read it in bed. Because you'll crush your windpipe and kill you. But the title, Chinese Gold, I worked on this for decades. And what I was I needed a theme. And what I discovered was that the Chinese made their own gold. They were alchemists. They converted things that people thought that were already here had no value. What, you don't eat abalone? And they learned in the gold fields that you don't show up the majority, the non-Chinese. And they did, because they were really good at what they did. Because they were organized. They come organized. They are organized. They work together as groups. And one of the things, just as an example, there was and this may be apocryphal, I don't care. I'm going to pass it anyway. There was a cabin that had some non-Chinese miners in it who eventually moved on to other places. So the Chinese came and took down the cabin. And they mined the ground underneath for all the gold dust that had fallen through the cracks. That's very smart. But you don't do that. You don't do that. You can't show them up. You gotta just, don't. It's like an old baseball thing. You don't show them up. Boy, they show up bad these days in baseball. Just, waving their arms as they run around big. Well, no, you never show them up. You don't even look at the pitcher after you hit the home run. You go around the bases, keep your head down, come back. Don't show them up. Another rule. That goes along with the other one I gave you already. Okay. There was another group of Chinese and that came directly from China by junk. I first heard this story from descendants of the families, and I said, yeah, okay, and I filed it away. I've heard it enough. There's enough evidence. There's a junk expert who works for NOAA out in Honolulu, and he said, oh, sure. We're not, because they didn't come through where you put your ticket in there and there's no record. The most dominant story is that they came in, the junk, there were 6 of them, 5 of them, it varies. They came around. You can come to North America from China even if you don't want to. There's this really big current. The Chinese called it the Great Drain. Yeah, Uncle Frank went fishing and he never came back. I don't know where he went. Well, he went to British Columbia, for God's sakes. Not on purpose. So the junks came around, eventually overshot as many of the stories go. I don't need to do the whole story. But they landed at the mouth in the main chunk, where the Carmel River comes into Carmel Bay. They shipwrecked there. They were rescued by Rumsen people who took them to their village. There's a village nearby. It was too magical the story. It was too wondrous. It was too good, really. Unless somebody got some really, and evidence, do you know what evidence is? It's proof of something, like a document or something like that. It's not an opinion. Most history these days is based on opinion, unfortunately. Most everything is based on opinion. I have no opinion. Well, I have a few, but okay. Eventually, that group ended up and had a village at Point Lobos, right there. Now, this story is dependent on your understanding a little bit of land titles. I don't know how else to explain this. But basically, in this general area, you can see the two grants. You see the two Mexican grants, three actually, there. And then there was a San Jose Search. Chiquito came down, all the way down to Little Sur, along the coast. The Mexican grants, the titles were a mess, the land titles. People either didn't go to the land commission after they were supposed to, or they were in court. So nobody owned it. And that meant if nobody owns it, nobody's ruling. There's no landlord, not really. There's people who claim to, and they would, but basically nobody owned it. And those ownerships didn't come clear until the 80s and 90s. So what we're going to have here is something that did not happen other places. And that is that in Carmel Bay will help develop, along with the big village. Let me point out the villages. There was a small village here of families. They came with families. They had children. Tell me again what happens about children? Born in America? Go ahead.
Citizens.
Thank you very much. That's an important thing to know. For his community, even maybe more important in some ways. Because they brought lots of women. They had a good ratio of women. They had babies. And even after they got excluded and had all the two groups we're going to talk about, the Chinese and the Japanese, both have the ignominious distinction of being excluded from coming to the United States, among other laws. Couldn't own property, all kinds of things. So this area, meanwhile, and I'll say 60s and 70s, 1860s and 70s, and into the 80s, before the land titles get firm. There's a village here, we're going to talk about this one. And then the big village is over, I can't reach that far, but it's up PG, up beyond, just beyond the property line, up there at the top. You can see the dock. Okay. So that was a big village. The percentage of male to female in that village was almost dead even. The first time I hit that in the research, I said, whoa, because over 90% of Chinese immigrants were male. This was, for a time, the Chinese America that could have been. A Chinese America at all. Because in most other places, the Chinese were unbelievably restricted and harassed, vilified, ridiculed, stereotypes they still have. I had to go back in the histories. Everybody said, well, there was a fire and then they all ran away. No. Oh, there's a coal mine there, and there's about 25 of them, and the coal mine company ran out of money, so they just blocked it up and buried it. No. They never gave, the historians never went through and looked at the record. The Chinese are just like everybody else. They resist, they'll fight. They don't just run off with their Q flying in the rear. Q, the hated symbol of of the Manchu government that they had to wear if they ever were to return to China, because it was a death sentence if you didn't have your queue. There was a market for fake queues, of course there was. You can make a living doing a lot of different things. And if you see a need, if you see a resource, if you see an opportunity, there's oh, look, an abandoned gas station. You can put Szechuan up there, and then a restaurant down below. Get me some chickens, as you heard, and I can make something out of this. That's it. Immigrants have hungry eyes. Immigrants see things that most locals don't. We're tired. We're busy. No, that's just old Frank's old gas station. No. You see, we can do something with this. For example, one that's off this subject, and then you can imagine when they came around the corner and looked in the water and went, what? China is a lived-in country. Thousands of years, very lived in. And at the time, the 19th century, it was in terrible trouble. Immigrants are always push-pull. There's always a reason to come, whether it's opportunity, safety, whatever, a PhD in biology, doesn't matter, and there has to be a push. China is the Middle Kingdom. It's the center of the world. They had no reason to leave. They knew everything, and they kind of did. And most immigrants don't leave, just willy-nilly. There's this image that people have, oh, look, they're going to come and then they're going to loot us and stuff. No, immigrants don't work that way. You don't leave home unless there's a reason. All right? So they came on this side. Those are the three villages. Let me show you. I'm going to introduce you to one family, because the story is very big. The book is very big. And Roy Lee, the current publisher of Chinese Gold, I'll tell you more about that in a minute, has a stand-up back there. Keeping that in mind, all the focus on the history is over at Monterey. Monterey was the capital during the Mexican era, and Monterey was already taken care of. What's happening in Carmel Bay is a very interesting thing. And the Chinese were on the edge of it. They had that one village that I talked about with a couple of families. The Kwok family is the most important, I think, historically. And a woman named Kwok Moy grew up there. She was born in the 50s, late 50s, 1850s, American citizen. And she could walk unmolested throughout the entire area, which couldn't be said in most places, certainly in California. There's an old Chinese metaphor that when the empire is at peace, a Chinese maiden with a golden tray on her head can walk unmolested from one side of the empire to the other. They could do that here. Not shielded necessarily by any given sort of wonderful cultural understanding, but the fact that everybody there was tentative. They were all squatters. Squatters is not a good word. You know, when you do a piece of real estate in California, there's a thing called the title company. Have you ever wondered why that is? Starts in it during this period. Because titles were so vague and so mercurial and could change. So if you didn't have clear title, you didn't have it. And nobody had it. So you could do things. So that they mined for granite, they did whaling in there, they did all kinds of things. They didn't have to ask permission or pay rent or anything. And then somebody would say, no, I'm the landlord. You pay me rent. And then they would, but then he was just making it up. And there was a lot of that going on too. Okay, so on the north side, a man named Jung San Choi Jungsanchoy. Jung San Choi came from Hong Kong when he was about 16 to California. And eventually ended up living in a village that was right where the Pebble Beach and Tennis Club is now. Or, if you're a golfer, the 17th green of the Pebble Beach golf course. Right there at Stillwater. Right there. And there was a village of about 10 houses there. And they paid rent to whoever at the time was claiming, while the land titles were in court. And Jung San Choi, he figured out some things. Let me show you how he did this. You want to get rid of the urchins? Let them get a little bigger. Because the Chinese harvested urchins here. Most of that was on the other side, on the bay side of the peninsula. And there's a wonderful photograph in the book of the urchin shells. They're as big as basketballs. They're huge. And I interviewed an older gentleman who was a descendant from the families, and I said, Ben, what did you do with those? I'm an Irishman from Hollister. What the hell do I know? Hot dogs, that's good. So he said, well, we ate them. And unknowingly, I said, well, so what do you cook them in something? Cook them? No, cook them. Eat them. Spoon, that's all you need. And I thought, oh, Irishman isn't so smart after all. No, not at all. So this is Jung San Choi, and I'm not sure what the occasion was, but his photograph was taken formally, as you can see there. He didn't have clothes like that at his house, I don't think. There was a guy who rented clothes to people who needed to have photographs taken. Come on, it's a business. Jung San Choi eventually married, her name was Young So. She was from China, so they're both aliens, ineligible for citizenship. This is the way the thing goes. That's the full title that you get when you come to America. Alien, ineligible for citizenship. Well, what if I wanted to take the exam? No. Right there at Stillwater, I'll show you a picture of where his house was in a second. They had 13 children. She was 50 when she had number 13. There's no golf. There's not much to do. And he became, his English was not bad. Fair English, they describe it. And he became sort of the public face of that particular Chinese village. The go-between, if you will. Yeah, every Chinese village had a couple of those. The people who, when the guy showed up with the clipboard, they went out and talked to him and tried to explain, what they were doing. Because people were always curious, and you could always tell what they were doing, what Chinese were doing. The best anthropological records are the laws passed by cities and counties against stuff. Kite flying was, if they did anything different, well, it can't be good. I mean, Chinese guys flying kites can't be good. We'll make that illegal, and they did. Didn't mention that it was against the Chinese. It doesn't say Chinese kite flying. It's just that there's a law, and my Irish brothers and sisters weren't flying kites, so we kind of assumed, And in this case, okay, so now he's got 3 or 4. His wife is on the left, standing, and the posture. I don't know which child this is that is immediately right of Jung San Choi sitting in the chair. Of course he's sitting in a chair. Guys sit in chairs. That's the way it is. You stand, I'm sitting. Okay. So look, he's wearing Levi's. He's an American citizen. He's even got the look. Yeah. Yeah, you want to make something of it? You know? Okay, here's one that explains everything. Pretty easy. They came for the abalone initially. They also fished. The thing about fishing, when you catch a fish, the whole fish dies. It's just the way it works. You kill a cow, the whole cow dies. It's just the thing. So if you've got a fish, and the market for most of what you're going to be selling is in San Francisco, that's too long for a dead fish. It wasn't until the railroad starts coming in the 70s that there were half a fish life between Monterey and San Francisco. And when that happened, the Italians came. Italian fishermen came and began to fish the rockfish and the fresh fish industry. They put them in a crate, and then no ice, not cleaned, and then they would ship them late in the afternoon, and they would be in the fish market the next morning. Fish market must have had an interesting smell, I would think. That's pretty, all right. But they did work. Initially they worked the abalone. As far as we know, and I'm going to say, I've said this in China, I've said it everywhere. I have no evidence, no example the Chinese ever dove. Now, they didn't have the gear to dive here. Nobody in their right mind is going to dive at, Carmel Bay, right? I mean, that's what gave the Japanese the edge in this story was that they had the gear, they had the technology. The Chinese didn't have it. But I've not even found any evidence that they dove over in China. But we know for a fact that after 3,000 years of inhabitation, there couldn't have been any abalone on the coast of China. Couldn't have been. And so when they came here, they went, oh my God, look at this. They walked down, they were hunting and fishing abalone as early as 55, 56, 1855, 56. The market, they would then process them. They did what you've already seen. They got the foot out, then they would boil the foot, then they would lay it out to dry. Even San Francisco is too far for a dead abalone foot. But the primary market for dried abalone was China. And so they would then aggregate them, gather them, and then Chinese companies would then ship them to China. And of course, I suspect that they took care of the viscera and the stuff that was cut around the edge. And what was left was the shells. This is not a dump. They're saving the shells. They don't throw anything. There are two food groups in China. Two. Rocks and everything else. And even rocks. George Al, my partner in crime, George Al tells the story of his father who came from China in the 20th century, from South China, which was in terrible shape, that he sucked on a pebble between meals, which came rarely. So I've even included now rocks over on the side of it. They knew how to process. They'd gone through famines. They'd gone through all of it. They knew. Any cuisine that figured out that you could eat birds' nests and make it a top cuisine, and that's a bird nest covered with the poop. I mean, it's not just like a little bird's nest like you're thinking, but like okay, so, and that's a sampan. They were amphibious. They were amphibious. They could move in this coast because the trick is you've got to be able to get your boat out of the water. Because if you can't get it out of the water, a storm's going to come and eat it. That's one of the rules. And so they had flat-bottom boats, which they rowed sculling, as Tim was describing it, standing up. What's the first rule that you learn when you start doing a boat? Never stand up in a damn boat. Well, in one place in the world, a lot of places in Asia, they scull standing up with a long oar, and they stand up. And when they first started doing that, people laughed at them. They said, oh, look at them, they're standing up. It works just fine, because the Italians who were laughing at them came with boats with keels. And they discovered they couldn't drag the boat out in the water in the winter. They had to hoist them up alongside the wharf to get them out of storm. So they're amphibious, they're resourceful, they have energy. So in 1880, the Pacific Improvement Company, already mentioned, which is the descendant of the Southern Pacific Railroad, it's the big corporation in California. Leland Stanford, among others, were the guiding lights, and they built the transcontinental, yada, yada, yada. They bought most of what you saw of those upper drains. And they built a hotel. There was a railroad already coming. They built a hotel called the Hotel Del Monte. And then, in order to give the visitors, I don't like the word tourists, but I'll use it, but they gave the visitors something to do. They had topiary and gravel paths and mint juleps and, all the stuff but tourists need to have something to do, and they have to have something to buy. And Junsan Choi is sitting there, and Chinese built the 17-mile drive. It was 17 miles from the Del Monte Hotel, around the peninsula, past the mission, and back to the hotel. 70, it's not now. When I was doing TV, I put it on my odometer, and I paid my fee, and I came in and I said, it was 14.2 miles. So I told the attendant, I said, it isn't 17 miles. They're very, very good people. They're very well trained, they're very nice, they're good skills. But his eyes narrowed, and he just said, get the hell out of here. So that drive went around the peninsula and came back here. And it went through the big village over at PG, on that side, right through the middle of it. And it went right behind Junsan Choi's house. And Junsan Choi, I don't know who gave him the idea. He probably had it himself. Let's see. You got visitors, they want to buy something. I got kids, I got abalone shells. I got the labor, let's polish them up, put them on a stand, and sell them to them. First souvenir stand. First souvenir stand, he had 3 of them, eventually. The PI company was so thrilled because they became part of the site. You don't come from Kansas, well, you shouldn't be in Kansas ever anyway, but if you don't come from Kansas and go to all the trouble to go to a place to look at that looks just like where you're from. You want it different. That's what made Monterey very popular, because there were adobes. Monterey looked different. Santa Cruz, on the other hand, they tore down most of the adobes and built Victorian mansions. I've got accounts of tourists coming into Santa Cruz going, no, wait, why are we doing all this trouble? It looks just like home. We don't want to see that. They want to see something different. You want to see when you travel. You want people in Fresno are different, though, so you could go to Fresno and take a look. Nice thing about this picture was taken west of the Stillwater, which is just down the way. There's a whale bone right there. Whale bones were a very common sight here, even before the whalers. Even before that. Well, why? They died often, as they still seem to do. So anyway, the kids, there's Mrs., there's young So, And you can see they've even done some, you know, threading little urchin shells and stuff. They became part of the site. The PI company developed what is known in the trade as a symbiotic relationship. They were part of the landscape. They were part of the deal. They didn't charge the rent, hardly, 50 cents a month for his garden, his barn, which was next to nothing. And that's only to keep the title clear. If you didn't charge somebody rent, they would have basically become a squatter and go to court and try to get your property. So you had to have a little transaction there. They developed a very close relationship. In fact, the PI company over in the other village had the same kind of relationship. Here's the part that's really, really important. PI company, part of the Southern Pacific Railroad, which was known affectionately even then as the Octopus. Wonderful novel, by the way, by Frank Norris, The Octopus. Oh my God. And that, they were a negative thing. And even now, when corporations have a bad name, kind of sometimes, sort of, current people look back and say, oh, it's a PI company, it's a corporation, it can't be anything good from this. Oh, yes, it was. For Junsan Choi, it was protection from the anti-Chinese crap that was going on everywhere else. They protected them because they were part of their deal. Well, they were exploited. No, we call that collaboration. They collaborated. Junsan Choi collaborated with the PI company. We're so bad at collaboration, which most, by the way, immigrant groups are really good at, that we have to teach classes in it. And things like networking and innovation, that kind of stuff. No, immigrants come with that stuff. And it's in their little kit. Here's a close-up. That's Junsan Choi. That's before. He eventually, late, after the earthquake, which didn't do a lot of damage here, he went back to China for one visit, just to have a last visit. He was sick by then. Most of his kids had moved away, and he had to get the Chinese exclusions in the rules. So for a Chinese to come back in, you had to prove that you'd been here before. And there was, documents weren't worth a hoot with immigration and naturalization. You had to have somebody to stand up for you. So the PI company officials went to San Francisco and testified so that he could come back in. This is not an adversarial relationship. They're friends. Okay, here's the brochure. Here's kind of proof. If you don't think that the PI company knew what was happening, there's the hotel. There's the money. There's a brochure that they gave you. The brochure. That they gave you when you were a guest. And I'm going to have to. That picture is from the brochure. In other words, they were part of the deal. They were part of this place. So that when you hear that they were driven out by the PI company, not true. And I think I made the case well enough with documents and everything in Chinese school. I still hear it. It's fashionable these days. It's fashionable to be a victim. No. In fact, the fire that occurred in the village over here in 1906, the fire in the big village, at the end of the fire, most of the Chinese had left, and the PI company put up a fence and said, okay, well maybe we won't let them come back. Well, they can't come back. A group of them then occupied the buildings that hadn't burned inside and sat down and said, we're not leaving. We're not leaving until you give us a better place than happened in the fire. A year went by. And the PI company is the biggest corporation in the damn state. The sit-in brought the PI company to its knees. And the internal correspondence is very clear. He said, what are we going to do? Because what they were going to do was subdivide it for coastal. They were doing pretty well over there at Pebble Beach, and we'll make some, seaside houses and stuff. They couldn't. Public opinion shifted in that year. And they ended up with a piece of property they couldn't give away. They actually tried to. They tried to give it to the University of California for a seaside marine, research center. And after a couple of years, the University of California gave it back. Said, well, no, I know it's free and all, but no. So all they had left was to move their own Stanford University, PI company, Stanford University, to that spot. The Hopkins Marine Station is a monument to Chinese resistance. Damn it. They didn't all just run away. I did live television news for a year. I can do anything. The next thing that comes on this piece of property that Jim Sanchoy made all those babies was the Pebble Beach Lodge. This is going to be a lodge. This is the interior of the lodge. As an homage to you, but homage to the way you really should pronounce it, and the way it's pronounced in Washington, D.C. Homage. If you look at the chandeliers, those look like pine limbs, actually. They're just limbs. Abalone shell. As an homage. Now, there's not any, tourist things about Chinese people or any of that. You didn't get that far. But the symbol. And then I think in 1919, the first lodge burned down and they built the second. And then Gulf comes and, Pebble Beach lives happily ever after. But underneath the green, if you wait and listen in the afternoon, the wind usually comes up in the afternoon. I'm telling you this, you know that. Some of you live here. And by the way, if you're complaining about the weather, you should not be. I was the weatherman on Channel 35. I was the weather dude. And Channel 35 for a year. KCBA, it was a Fox kind of, but not like that. I'm trying to clean up my past. But this is the way it's been. This is the way it usually was, right? You old timers. And people came here not to sunbathe; they came here to cool off. You don't come from Fresno to go to the beach and sunbathe. You can sunbathe in Fresno without trying. Oh, this is great weather. Okay. After Chinese gold came out, we were able to contact some of the descendants that I've been working with, and the Jones family. This is a reunion that we were able to organize in the States. That's the Pebble Beach and Tennis Club behind. Okay? There's 5 generations there. Fecundity seems to be, look it up. And right in the middle, where is he? Where's Baby Bird? The 13th of them, the 13th born here, was still living. This is 80-something. After Chinese gold came out in 85. And there's the beach club. And I did a lecture in the beach club.
He's next to the lady in with the stripes in the front row. Standing. He's got a name tag on his right lapel, and he's
Oh, okay,
standing
okay, good.
on her left.
That's my timekeeper. She's good at a lot of stuff.
You have 4 minutes.
I know. And so we've got them all assembled in the. Do you know, by the way, and I'm going to give you a little secret, you can go there. The Coastal Commission, when the Pebble Beach Company went to get a permit to remodel the beach club, the Coastal Commission squeezed them pretty good. Public restrooms on the wall facing east. Take your compass if you're going to be sure. There are public restrooms, there's doors marked, the usual mark. I have no idea what the marks are these days. I can tell you what they used to be. And then there's a beach. There's a beach right over here. Right to the right. That's a public beach. You can go there. Keep watching out for golf balls. I mean, the guys don't slice them bad sometimes in there. Chinese immigrants, a wonderful woman named Rui Li, saw that Chinese gold. She read the book 4 times. I haven't read it 4 times. Not lately. And she said, "Oh, this is pretty good. I liked her already." Right? And she said, "I can do something with this. See the opportunity." She said, maybe I could be the publisher, she said. And Georgia Al and I, both octogenarians now, kind of tired, said, "Sure." She is now the publisher. She then went to China and with a couple of copies, because it's also been published in Chinese, she found one of the greatest filmmaker documentarians living in China, gave him some copies, he read it, and went, "Oh my God, they're here, not in this building, but they're here in Monterey at the moment. They've been here for a week. They're filming a trailer. His name is Zhang, C-H-A-N-G. And I can't tell you, how many videographers have come to me and said, "Oh, we want to do a movie, and my mom will make the costumes, and yeah, we'll just do this." Then have come to nothing. This is a big deal. And you will be seeing a lot more of this as time goes on, because they can't not be seen. They're going to have to get some permits, they found out. But, you can't just do the 17-mile drive just by paying the entrance fee. But you could if you covered the camera up with a blanket, but no, we'd rather they didn't do that. So let me see what we're going out with. This was also during the reunion. These are 2 grandsons of Jun San Choi. What they're doing is they're looking at the cypress trees right there. See those? Jun San Choi planted those trees. Bert remembers there was a swing in one of them. God bless the Pebble Beach Company. They're now working, and I'm working with them, and Neil Hotelling, their historian, they're going to put up an interpretive plaque there to honor the Chinese village and Jun San Choi and all that he did. There are already a couple of plaques over on the other side. We're putting the Chinese back in the story, getting rid of the stereotype, but also trying over and over to get people to understand that all immigrants and groups are like this. They all have energy and vision. They provide incredible stuff. Chinese gold is being able to convert what you're given, not the gold mountain, but weeds, things that were, or the last picture, hold on. Okay, it's small. We, on my website, sandylighten.com, I tell the whole story of Jun San Choi and this. That's the 17th green. This golf shot heard around the world, boy. This is the place. This is it. They're the ghosts of the 17th.
Cut.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandy. Why don't you wait up here for a moment too? First off, thanks also, Sandy, for highlighting the resilience of everything. And I've read the Chinese Gold and also some of your other books on the Japanese and the Monterey Peninsula. If you haven't seen them, please grab a copy because they're really informative about here in Monterey. But I just wanted to mention that, like when you're doing research as a librarian or historian, you find a lot of immigrant cultures, they find them, people write about them as being too hardworking and also too lazy. It's really like on both sides. So you start reading these articles about people that are saying, you know, these communities are lazy. Meanwhile, they're taking away all of our jobs. And so even when I was doing research, there was an act in 1862 here in California. It's called an Act to Protect Free White Labor Against Competition with Chinese Coolie Labor and Discourage Immigration of the Chinese into the state of California. But it was just that how explicit some of the laws were at those times to really remove the Chinese and later on the Japanese from these communities. But also, I just want to mention, there was there's an Abalone verse that reminds me of you, Sandy. And it says, eat them when they're hot, eat them when they're cold. Abalone eat any time are just as good as gold. With that, let me turn that back over to...
Hello everyone, I'm Tommy Hattori and I am the grandson of Roy Hattori. And on behalf of the Hattori family, we would like to express appreciation for everyone for attending the Monterey Abalone Fest, all things in Abalone. It's been an incredible weekend. We are so excited and so thankful to so many people that have taken the time to not only come out, but also help host this amazing event. We wanted to send a special thank you to Linda Yamane and the Abalone tribe, to the White Abalone Project for the amazing work that they are doing, to the JACL for hosting this incredible event, and most importantly to Tim Thomas for putting this all together. Tim, you have always been and family, and we can never thank you enough for all that you have done and continue to do for us. I am now excited to announce the winner of the first ever Roy Hattori Memorial Award for all things Abalone. It is very interesting to think about my grandfather having an award named after him. It is incredibly fitting in many ways. His love for the ocean and connection to the ocean was the constant throughout his life, and also at the same time, he would have been incredibly embarrassed to have an award named for him because he was incredibly humble and would not have wanted the limelight or to be in front of him. So in many ways, having a memorial award is the perfect thing for him because he doesn't have to be embarrassed by it. But we are so excited and so honored to have this award named after him. His contributions to Monterey and to the Abalone community are immense. And we are so appreciative of him being recognized in this way. And we are so excited to announce our first winner of the Roy Hattori Memorial Award is Sandy Lyden. Who has my grandfather's closest friends. Still remember them spending time talking about stories. Sandy has done an incredible job keeping all of this history alive. We can never thank you enough. And thank you so much, Sandy. It is well deserved. And congratulations on the first Roy Hattori Memorial Award.
I cannot make a long change speech like Sandy. So I wrote it up. Sandy, my dad loved you. Congratulations.
I'm working home. I loved Roy. I love you. Me too.
That's you.
I've changed my attitude about librarians a little. and I want to say that you guys are in crosshairs too. You're in the gun sites. And
Read banned books.
be tough. But what we have to do, and I hear every day that people say, what we have to do, take the immigrant inspiration, be resourceful. We may have to think of something else. You may have to think about doing it a different way. You may have to adjust to this for a while. Don't just nag about what happened back in 2024. You can't. It's over. We've got to be resourceful and think smarter than they do. It'll be hard, but it breaks my heart. And for the generations to come, we're sorry. We screwed up, but maybe we can fix it. Roy Hattori, God, I love him. And Jung Sancho, I never met him. Never had a chance. I've studied his photographs for years. He hasn't. I measure people that I meet in history by whether I'd have a beer with them or not. Would I go out and have a beer and sit down and talk? Jung Sancho, absolutely. And Roy Hattori, absolutely. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much for I'm going to turn it back over here to Jim. I'm going to say more than that.
So this little, what we're going to do now is take a little break, and at 3 o'clock we're going to have a Monterey line dance team marches all down to Del Monte Beach, where Lindy Abalone and a bunch of Abalone community is going to put on the Abalone dance, first one, at least the first one we know in 1,000 years probably. Del Monte Beach is really going to be a really amazing thing. I hope you'll all come back tonight for the White Abalone project story, which is very important, and Roy Hattori played a big role in that as well, and I'll talk about that tonight. So please, I hope you all come back. I hope you come back tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon will be also exciting. And one thing I should say, I forgot earlier, that I also need to thank the city of Monterey who funded this for us. Who helped with it, so we're really pleased with that. So thank you all, and we'll reach out further.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our Rumsen village of Achista, today called Monterey. The beach here was called Sikiuka. We are the Rumsen Ohlone tribal community, documented descendants of the Rumsen indigenous people of this area, encompassing 5 tribal villages in Monterey, Lower and Mid Carmel Valley, and south to our Ishkenta village at today's Point Lobos vicinity. We are here to represent our ancestors, to honor and celebrate them, and to celebrate the cultural beauty and importance of Abalone. So please, no video or sound recording, except by our own community members. We don't want to find this on YouTube. Still photos are allowed, okay? If you should happen to see someone taking video, maybe they came late and didn't hear this, that too much has been taken from our community throughout history. We lost land, culture, language, and much more. Some of us have dedicated decades to finding and learning our ancestors' cultural practices, language, and technologies. These are ours to share, but not to be taken, and we do thank you for understanding. Years have been spent learning to make culturally authentic dance regalia and researching to find our songs, or in some cases, just fragments of our songs, some of which are integrated into the songs we'll be dancing to today. We've also been creating new songs using Rumsen language and following the structure and style of the old songs. Before introducing those of us who are here today, we'd like to begin with a welcoming song in our Rumsen language. All right then, so now to introduce our tribal community dancers, but I'll have to tell you, a few just told me, I don't want to. So, but I can probably, they did give me permission to introduce them. I'd like to start by saying then for myself, Inaugural, Linda Yamane. My name is Linda Yamane. I'm our tribal community leader and cultural advisor, traditional basket maker, and regalia maker. So, okay, all right, Ariana.
Hi, I'm Ariana Diaz. I'm one of the youngest, well, I am the youngest council member of the Abalone Rumsen community. And I'm also a second year at Berkeley studying political science with a minor in creative writing.
Hi, my name is Ray, and I'm 9 years old, and this is my third performance. And I am a gymnast.
A gymnast.
Mishish too. Kayan Karat Violet. My name is Violet, and I live here in Seaside. And yeah, just really happy to be here.
So Shelby and her daughter Ivy from Salinas.
Anyway, my name is Nick Diaz. I'm from Salinas and very proud and honored to be a member. Thank you.
My name is Rod Mesquet. I'm here to honor our ancestors that lived here for so many thousands and thousands of years.
I'm Stephen. This is my daughter Rain and my son Drew.
All right, so our next song is a combination of knowledge that came from two sources. The words of the first part were recalled by an elder born in 1846, though she couldn't remember the rest of the words or the tune. But she did remember the arm movements and the hand gestures. So because of all the specific bits of information are so precious to us, we built a tune for these remembered words, and of course used the same hand movements that she and an elder friend of mine described seeing. Many years ago, my friend Alex Ramirez showed me the basic foot movements, and then part 2 of the song is a Rumsen dancing song recorded here in Monterey in 1902. So we have integrated that since it's probably, well, for us it didn't seem to lend itself all that much to dancing to on its own, so we have integrated it with the other. Wow, the soft stand, the legs, the muscles are burning. We were intending to dance on the moist sand, but somehow here we are, with muscles burning. Yeah. All right, so the next is a Rumsen dancing song that was recorded in 1922. And the words refer to a woman's white face paint. Anyway, so the dance itself was not preserved. We've used the same words to create the first part of our dance, and then we sing it as it was sung, same tune, for the second part 2. All right, so Lupak.
Is it permissible for you to tell us the meaning of Lupak and the chant and when this may have been sung?
Well, this song was recorded here in Monterey in 1902, having been a very ancient song. And basically the song, I mean, some of our songs are in speaking language and some are not. Some are just vocables. I would say just vocables, but I should say some are vocables, so they're sounds. But they were known songs by many people, and they had meaning in the sense that it would be like a hand game song, but it's not speaking language. That's not speaking language, but everybody knew this is our hand game song, for example. And but this one is in speaking language, and it's I can't tell you the exact precise, but it doesn't matter. Standing here in this moment, but basically it's saying something like referring to ourselves, painting lines with the white paint. And then the elder who shared it said that it was referring to the women's white face paint. And then that word lupak does exist as a word in our, that was preserved, and it means the white paint. So it is all grounded in specifics. Okay, oh, this is like something beautiful that happened for us. Well, the idea for the next dance and song happened earlier this year, actually the end of last calendar year. We've had the honor and opportunity to name several local condors for the Ventana Wildlife Society. The Roomson word for condor is wasak, and tragically the young condor we named, wasak, died of lead poisoning about, I want to say it was about a year later, possibly a year and a half. Which, by the way, lead poisoning is the leading cause of condor mortality. So keep that in mind. If any of you use lead ammo, please don't, because condors they eat dead animals, and they don't distinguish what they're eating. They just swallow, and that has killed. I mean, really, just time after time after time after time, after all of the effort to preserve their population, bring back their population, breed them in captivity, and release. So many are still dying because of this. So anyway, so in Wasak's honor, and to help the Ventana Wildlife Society's volunteer condor trackers find them in their nests, and they really try to locate their nests. I actually have, I think, at least one friend here who's my friend Cheryl, and possibly Kelly. Kelly's here in the back. I know that the two of them are volunteer condor trackers for Ventana Wildlife Society. And what they do is go out with a receiver, is that correct?
Yagi.
Pardon?
Yagi. Yagi.
Yagi.
That's it.
And they're trying to pick up the signals that are transmitting from the transmitters that most of the condors have. And that helps the biologists and the organization to protect them, to find them if they appear to be in distress. And often if they do seem to be in distress, meaning they haven't moved for a period of time, then they will try to locate them. And that's what happened with Wasak, for example. And if they find that they're ill, they will, sometimes send them to the Los Angeles Zoo that has a great team there. And unfortunately, they were not able to save Wasak. His body was too far damaged for that. Anyway, so I learned from my condor tracker friends how important it is for them to find them when they're out tracking, because sometimes they might find them and sometimes they don't. And of course, when they travel and go through all that, they're hoping to actually find so they can something useful. And the other thing I learned is that sometimes condors might send off a mortality signal from their transmitter for lack of movement. But I learned from Montana Wildlife Society's, one of their biologists, that when they're nesting, they kind of go into the zone, right? And because, like, boring. And that they can actually go into a trance and not move for 8 hours, which would then trigger a mortality signal to their transmitter. So at that time, I realized, first of all, my condor tracker friends, they need a song that's bringing the condors. And then they need a song for finding out where their nests are. All right, so that reminded me that one of the songs that has been preserved from the past is a song that's asking Canada goose, where's your nest? So I just took those words and applied it to our Wassaw song. And maybe that's kind of the backstory to this, all right? And I do want to thank you, Cheryl and Kelly, for all that you do. Because it's a lot of work, but it's very cool. Okay, Wassaw. Okay, so as you will surely have noticed, the magically shimmering abalone shell is an important aspect of our dance regalia. But did you know that the word abalone has its origin in Rimson language? Aulun is our Rimson word for red abalone. The early Spanish here in Monterey learned the words from our ancestors, but then changed it eventually a little bit to aulon. So it went from aulun to aulon. And the word aulon was still being used by English speakers during the so-called American period. And I even, my friend Tim, who had the idea for this Abalone Festival, a long time ago in his research, ran across an old newspaper article in the, well, I'm not sure what the paper, but it's the equivalent of today's Monterey Herald. And it was referring to the abalone shells that were strewn in different places as a result of the abalone industry. And it says over and over, and the aulones, and the aulones, and the aulones, and referring in the plural to all the shells. So that was really interesting to me to find that it was actually being used, you know, well, I know it doesn't seem that recent, but in the context, I was surprised that it was used as recently as just before the turn of the 20th century. So in honor of Aulun Abalone and its cultural importance for our people, both past and present, we present for the first time our new Aulun Chut in Cheap Abalone Song and Dance, created by me with Rimson language for this first Monterey Abalone Festival. Would you like for me to tell you kind of some of the meanings in there? Yeah. They're all kind of mixed up because that's how our songs, old-time songs are. They're not normally, you know, like today's songs with a whole narrative and sentences and paragraphs and chapters. So they tend to be short phrases that repeat and repeat and repeat. So that's vocables just for like fun. Aulun, aulun, makaulun, makaulun, so our abalone. Imanuemek means to be alive forever. Tupen are earrings. We seem to always be wearing our abalone earrings. Okay. It means that we're dreaming of you, which is literally true sometimes when I've been staying up for days making regalia or whatever. Another part of it is, itmamon means to lift up. And I actually found that as the line of a song, but nothing else remains of that. But I just loved the knowledge that within Ohlone territory, that was a concept that was celebrated in dance, which was lifting up our abalone. And then the last part of it, I think, is we dance. We dance our abalone. We sing our abalone. And ya means here, here. Osha is like, oh, thank you, thank you. Really, in the closing of our Aulun song, I'd like to say, Osha, thank you.